Chapter 1380. On the auction hall's high platform, Yang Pei waited for half an incense stick of time, but seeing that no one was willing to make an offer, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. It seems that none of you have any news about Liu Yang's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. Very well, I would like to thank all of you again for coming. Saying so, he turned around and left. Although the masters from the various great forces wanted the Star Emperor token, none of them could meet the request of the token's owner, so they could only shake their heads and sigh. After all, they couldn't just snatch it. Not to mention how valuable a useless Star Emperor token was, Treasure Trove Pavilion was not an existence they could casually provoke. In an instant, all the cultivators in the auction hall left one after another. Yang Kai glanced around the hall, whether intentionally or unintentionally, only to discover that Lu Yi had disappeared at some point. This guy had slipped away quickly, knowing that he had been too generous this time and had attracted the attention of many people. Continuing to stay here would definitely not be a good thing. Yang Kai sneered but didn't care. In any case, the grievances between him and Lu Yi would be settled sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the young girl, Qing and said, "Take me to see Senior Yang, I have something to ask of him." "Yes." Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions, immediately leading the way. Although Yang Kai had only made a single bid at this auction, he had demonstrated his extraordinary financial resources. What's more, on the way to Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qing had seen Yang Pei treat Yang Kai politely, so she naturally knew that Yang Pei and Yang Kai were not strangers. Such a person was naturally qualified to meet with Yang Pei. Just after walking out of private room B13, Yang Kai suddenly felt two subtle divine senses sweep over him, causing him to freeze slightly. Yang Kai then continued to follow behind Qing as if nothing had happened. Although he didn't know who was spying on him, Yang Kai had some guesses. It was none other than Old Woman Feng from Myriad Beast Mountain and Jin Shi from Demon Blood Temple. At the auction, he had only made a single bid, and the only ones competing with him were these two. It seemed that they still hadn't given up on the profound gold. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. On the other hand, the divine sense that spied on him had merely swept past him, and it didn't have any other intentions. After a short moment, Yang Kai had already arrived at a certain room in the rear hall of the Treasure Trove Pavilion, and he sat upright and waited. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, old black-face Yang Pei pushed open the door and entered, a smile on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend Yang." "Greetings, Senior Yang." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Yes, sit down." Yang Pei nodded before walking over to the chair next to Yang Kai and sitting down, getting straight to the point. "Is there something little friend Yang needs this old master's help with?" Senior Yang's eyes are as sharp as torches. This junior indeed has something to ask of Senior. Yang Kai grinned and added, "Yes, to be precise, I want to borrow the power of your building." "Let's hear it then, but first, my Treasure Trove Pavilion's motto is to make money amicably. If you want this old master's help, you will have to pay a certain price. Moreover, Treasure Trove Pavilion and this old master don't accept murdering and robbing business. This junior naturally understands. What junior is requesting does not violate the principles of Treasure Trove Pavilion." "Good." Yang Pei nodded with satisfaction. "It's like this, Junior is looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure." "An Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure?" Yang Pei raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, chuckling meaningfully. Today, little friend Yang didn't hesitate to bid for a piece of profound gold, and now you're looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure. Could it be you want to cultivate some kind of secret technique? This old dog. Yang Kai secretly cursed. He knew that a person like Yang Pei was experienced and knowledgeable, so if he revealed a little bit of information, the other party would be able to guess what he was up to. Yang Kai didn't foolishly admit it and instead asked with a smile, "Senior Yang, is Treasure Trove Pavilion really responsible for collecting information in addition to collecting treasures?" These words were said by Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng during the auction. Yang Kai was just using them for a bit, so he wouldn't offend anyone here. Yang Pei was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. This old master was just asking casually. If little friend Yang doesn't want to answer, then there's no need to. However, little friend Yang should state his specific requirements. This way, this old master and treasure trove pavilion will have a direction in which to search. Perhaps we won't even need to search, as the things little friend Yang needs are stored in our building. There are specific requirements, as long as the monster core of a 10th order monster beast is no less valuable. A 10th order monster beast. Yang Pei's eyes shrank as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement and shock. Although he had some guesses, he hadn't expected Yang Kai's requirements to be so high. If this was the case, then the things stored in Treasure Trove Pavilion wouldn't be able to meet the other party's requirements. After all, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. It was impossible for such a thing to exist on Shadowed Star. It's not just a monster core, as long as its value is no less than a 10th order monster beast's monster core, Yang Kai added. It's a bit difficult. This old master can't guarantee anything, but I can say that I will try my best to keep an eye out for you. Of course, little friend Yang shouldn't remain idle. Perhaps little friend Yang's opportunities will allow him to obtain what he wants. Junior naturally understands this. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai gently nodded. Of course, he wouldn't pin all his hopes on Treasure Trove Pavilion. Coming to see Yang Pei this time was just a matter of convenience. His main purpose here was to obtain the Star Emperor token. Thinking so, Yang Kai changed the subject and said, "Right, Senior Yang, the Star Emperor token you took out just now, what? Do you want to exchange it?" Yang Pei was drinking tea when he suddenly heard Yang Kai mention the Star Emperor token. He couldn't help raising his brow and asking anxiously, as if he couldn't wait. This came as a great surprise to Yang Kai. After all, according to Yang Pei, this thing was something a reclusive old friend of his had brought out to exchange for. For him to act so eagerly, it seemed that the relationship between this reclusive old friend and Yang Pei wasn't shallow. Otherwise, why would this old black face be so anxious? Junior wants to exchange it. Yang Kai nodded while thinking about it. Do you have Liu Yang's flying fire? Yang Pei's eyes widened as he asked excitedly. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Pei frowned and immediately asked in surprise, "Then do you know where to find soul-cleansing divine water?" "I don't know." Yang Kai still shook his head. Soul-cleansing divine water was too rare and couldn't be carried around. It could only be used where it was. Otherwise, when the soul-cleansing divine water was found in Liu Yang Sandfield, Chu Changfeng and Lung Qing would have already divided it up and taken it away. There would have been no need to soak it in that pool of water. Seeing Yang Kai say nothing, even though Yang Pei had a good impression of him, his face couldn't help sinking as he said faintly, "Little friend Yang, are you trying to make fun of this old master? This old master has said more than once that my old friend only needs these two things before he is willing to exchange for the Star Emperor token. Since you don't have Liu Yang's flying fire or any information about soul-cleansing divine water, how could you dare exchange for the Star Emperor token with this old master? Senior, please calm your anger." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest sign of panic, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Very well, if it is convenient, can this junior talk to that senior face to face? This junior will not let him down." Seeing Yang Kai's confident look, Yang Pei couldn't help feeling suspicious, wondering where he got such confidence from. If it were anyone else who said this, Yang Pei would have already kicked them out, but Yang Kai's origins were mysterious. According to Yang Pei's investigation, he had come here from the territory of Shadowed Star. Perhaps he had something that the natives of Shadowed Star didn't have, something that was comparable to soul-cleansing divine water or Liu Yang's flying fire. Considering all this, Yang Pei's face relaxed slightly, but he still wore a calm expression as he said, "In that case, I'll call him over, but little friend Yang, you'd better be confident." "Is 100% confident enough?" Yang Kai grinned, full of confidence. After all, even if his previous guess was wrong, he still had Liu Yang's flying fire. It was just that he didn't want to take it out unless he had no other choice. Hearing this, Yang Pei's brow twitched, but he didn't waste any more words, immediately taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and giving a few instructions before waiting quietly. After waiting for less than half a stick of incense worth of time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Yang Pei called out. The door was immediately pushed open and a young man walked in. This young man didn't look very old, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed that he wasn't as young as he appeared. This young man was quite strange. He had a sharp mouth and a pair of small eyes that seemed to be unable to open at all. Only 2 slits could be seen in his eyes, but they shone brightly. He was tall and slender, his hands were longer than average, and his palms were wide. What was most striking about this young man was that he actually had a set of buck teeth. Yang Kai's first impression of this man was that he was wretched. For a moment, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Sweeping this young man with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this young man was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Is this the reclusive old friend Yang Pei mentioned? Why does he look like a scoundrel who roamed the streets? Yang Kai almost spat out a mouthful of tea, and even Yang Inflammation, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help covering her mouth with her small hand as she couldn't help laughing at this young man's strange appearance. Yang Pei coughed lightly and said in a clear voice, "Don't think too much, this is a descendant of my old friend. It is inconvenient for my old friend to come out of seclusion, so he is the one who brought the Star Emperor token to exchange for it." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. If this young man was a descendant of that reclusive old man, then his cultivation and age made sense. "Mr. Yang, are you looking for me?" The buckteeth cultivator didn't seem to put Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation in his eyes at all and directly asked after entering the room. Yang Pei gently nodded. The other party looked happy and asked, "Is there news about the item to be exchanged?" "Just barely." Yang Pei didn't know how to answer, and such an answer naturally stunned the other party. Fortunately, Yang Pei pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This is little friend Yang Kai. He said that he can meet nephew Ji's request, but he wants to discuss it with you face to face. This old master is only responsible for introducing the 2 of you to each other. You can discuss the rest among yourselves. Meet my request." The buckteeth cultivator turned his head to look at Yang Kai and sized him up suspiciously, his eyes full of disdain. Chapter 1381. After all, Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, and although this buck-toothed cultivator was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, to put it bluntly, an ordinary second-order origin returning realm cultivator was not his opponent, so Yang Kai was somewhat contemptuous of him. Without a trace, Yang Kai looked away and glanced at Yang Inflammation. Unexpectedly, after this glance, the buck-toothed cultivator's face changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his body directly hitting the door with a bang. Immediately, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as his long and narrow eyes suddenly opened. His eyes trembled as he pointed at Yang Inflammation. You, nephew Ge, what's wrong?" Yang Pei looked at him in amazement, then at Yang Inflammation, not understanding why the other party looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yang Kai was also suspicious and quietly asked Yang Inflammation, "Do you know him?" Yang Inflammation shook her head blankly and replied, "I've never seen him before." "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Yang Kai was even more confused. Although Yang Inflammation's artifact refining and spirit array skills were good, her temper had always been very good, so she shouldn't have made enemies outside. However, judging from the reaction of this buck-toothed cultivator, the other party was obviously very afraid of Yang Inflammation, as if he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Inflammation before, which was unforgettable. "Nephew Ge!" Yang Pei shouted as an invisible spiritual energy rushed towards the buck-toothed cultivator, awakening him from his shock. The cultivator surnamed Ge shivered and the fear in his eyes dissipated a lot, but his forehead was instantly covered with fine sweat, visible to the naked eye. His face began to turn blue and his lips turned white. "What the hell?" Yang Kai looked displeased. Even if this person had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Inflammation before, he shouldn't be so weak now, right? What's more, Yang Inflammation said that he didn't recognize the other party at all. It seemed that the other party had mistaken him for someone else. Just because he recognized the wrong person, he had such an unbearable reaction. It seemed this guy was just an embroidered pillow. Yang Kai coldly snorted and couldn't help but look down on him. He came back to his senses. The cultivator surnamed Ge kept wiping away the sweat on his forehead with his hands, but after wiping away one piece, another piece appeared. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. Soon, his sleeves were soaked with sweat. While wiping his sweat, he kept glancing at young Inflammation, but when he met young Inflammation's eyes, he quickly looked away. His expression was one of fear and trepidation. Seeing this, young Yang pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly realized that this person was quite interesting. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, and she used a pair of beautiful eyes to fiercely stare at the other party. The cultivator surnamed Ge's legs slowly began to tremble. He looked around as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into or quickly escape from this place. Yang Pei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this prickly appearance. He said in a clear voice, "Nephew Ge. Let's talk nicely." The cultivator surnamed Ge's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to laugh. However, he squeezed out an expression that was uglier than crying. He clasped his fist at young Inflammation cautiously and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask this lady's name?" This sentence seemed to have used up all the strength in his body. After he finished asking, he waited anxiously. The sound of him swallowing his saliva was extremely loud. Yang Pei put a hand to his forehead, speechless. Speaking of which, he had some understanding of this descendant of his old friend. He knew that the other party had been following his old friend in seclusion. Although he didn't have much experience, his cultivation aptitude was a heaven-defying existence. Therefore, even though he only had the cultivation base of the first-order origin returning realm, he could fight above his level. He was the elite of the elites. This time, he had no choice but to leave the mountain on the orders of his old friend. He had also encountered some trouble along the way, but they were all resolved by him with thunderous methods. The other party wasn't a coward. Although his appearance was a little wretched, his spirit was heroic and had won Yang Pei's appreciation. Yang Pei even intended to send a message to his old friend to let this cultivator surnamed Ge stay in the Trove of Treasures Pavilion to take up an important position. But today's scene made Yang Pei unable to believe it. No matter how impressive this little girl's methods were, she shouldn't be able to scare this nephew Ge into such a wretched state at first sight, right? What's more, this little girl looked completely harmless. Me. Young Inflammation smiled slightly. Her beautiful face bloomed so that the cultivator surnamed Ge didn't dare to look directly at her. "My name is Young Inflammation. What can I do for you, sir?" Young Inflammation. The cultivator surnamed Ge shuddered and almost fell to the ground. His mouth muttered a few words, but no one knew what he was mumbling. Soon after, he bent his waist and kept clasping his fist. I wouldn't dare. My name is Ji Chi. Just call me Little Chi." As he spoke, there was a flattering smile on his face. Set off by his buck teeth, he looked even more wretched. "Little Chi." Young Inflammation gently nodded, holding back a smile. With a graceful and noble demeanor, she lightly opened her red lips and said, "Little Chi." "Here." Ge Chi hurriedly responded. His head almost reached his crotch. He was very respectful. "Am I ugly?" Young Inflammation seemed to ask casually. These words were like a bolt from the blue, making Ge Chi's face change greatly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No. Misappearance shames the moon and flowers. You are a first-class beauty. The word ugly has nothing to do with it." "Is that so?" Young Inflammation raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly, "If that's the case, why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" "I thought I was too ugly to be seen in public." Ge Chi became more and more frightened. With a long face, he said, "Miss, I'm innocent." "It's really what?" Young Inflammation asked. There was a faint majesty in her demeanor. This scene made Young Kai and Yang Pei stunned because this majesty didn't seem to be fake. It had a taste that made everyone submit. At that moment, even Yang Pei faintly had the illusion that Young Inflammation was high and mighty. Ge Chi was even more unbearable. His legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Yang Pei reacted in time. He reached out and lifted his body up. With a light cough, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend Yang, you see." Yang Kai gently nodded and glared at Young Inflammation. "Don't make trouble." Ge Chi was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Although he didn't know why he was so afraid of young Inflammation, it was a bit too much for young Inflammation to continue playing tricks on him. Young Inflammation stuck out her tongue and said, "Who told him to be so timid?" Timid. Yang Pei secretly smiled bitterly. This descendant of his old friend was not a timid person, but today's matter was really too strange. He couldn't figure out the reason. Brother Ji, right? Yang Kai stood up and slightly cupped his fist to Ji Chi. He smiled apologetically and said, "This senior sister is a bit naughty. She was just joking. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Ji." Senior sister? Ji Chi was stunned for a moment. When he looked at Yang Kai again, his expression changed. There was no longer the contempt and disdain from before. He actually nodded and bowed. "I don't dare, I don't dare. Brother is too polite." Yang Kai touched his nose and felt helpless. He always felt that this Ji Chi in front of young Inflammation was like a mouse in front of a cat. He pondered for a moment and said, "Young Inflammation, you go out first. I have something to discuss with Brother Ge." "Oh." Young Inflammation heard this and unwillingly pouted. "No need, no need." Ge Chi hurriedly waved his hand. If young Inflammation went out because of him, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 10,000 times. Young Inflammation secretly had a headache. She was just being playful and teasing the other, but she didn't want to make things like this. Now she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Ji Chi looking at him with a sincere expression, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and signaled to young Inflammation. Young Inflammation understood and covered her face with the hood of her black robe and sat quietly to the side. Seeing this, Ji Chi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Brother Ge, please sit." Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Ji Chi looked at Yang Pei for help. Seeing the other side nod gently at him, Ji Chi took a seat while apologizing. His appearance was like that of a junior meeting an elder. Even after sitting down, his butt only touched half of the chair, indicating the difference in status. Yang Kai and Yang Pei naturally saw this scene clearly, but they didn't say anything. "It's like this, I heard from Senior Yang that the Star Emperor token was given to you by Brother Ge." Yang Kai looked at Ji Chi and asked. "Yes." Ji Chi's face became bitter as he quietly glanced at young Inflammation and for some reason, explained, if it wasn't for the circumstances, Ancestor would never have used the Star Emperor token to exchange, but now, there is no other way. "I ask Brother Yang and young Inflammation to judge clearly." Yang Kai secretly understood what this was, but after meeting Ji Chi, he had always been baffled by his actions, so he wasn't too surprised. And what Brother Ge wants to exchange is the whereabouts of Liu Yang's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai asked again. "Yes." Ji Chi nodded cautiously. "Although this Yang asked Senior Yang to call Brother Ge here, I have to say that whether it is the whereabouts of Liu Yang's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, I don't have them." "It's fine, it's fine." Ji Chi didn't seem to mind at all. "If Brother Yang wants this Star Emperor token, allow this Ge to go back and report to Ancestor. If Ancestor agrees, giving it to Brother Yang, and Miss Yang Inflammation isn't a big deal." "Ah." Yang Kai looked stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "This Yang didn't mean that. Although the divine technique sealed inside this Star Emperor token has been activated, it is still something refined by great emperors, so its value is extraordinary. This Yang won't take it for free. If I may ask, is there something wrong with Senior Ge's knowledge see?" Hearing Yang Kai's inquiry, Yang Pei's eyes flashed, secretly surprised that he could guess this much. As an old friend of the Hidden Master, Yang Pei naturally knew why the other party had taken out the Star Emperor token to exchange for something this time. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that Ji Chi readily admitted it without any hesitation, nodding as he said, "What Brother Yang said is correct. Half a year ago, my ancestor was plotted against by a villain and his knowledge sea was poisoned, so he needed a flowing flame flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. According to my ancestor, only these two things could cure his knowledge sea poison." Chapter 1382. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly, becoming more and more confident as he reached out and touched his space ring, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Ji Chi. "Although I don't have Liu Yang's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, Brother Ji might as well take a look and see if this pill meets Senior Ji's requirements. After a few words, although Ji Chi's expression was still a little restrained, his mood had finally stabilized. Glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai, he smiled and stretched out his hands to accept the jade bottle. After apologizing, Ji Chi carefully opened the lid of the bottle and in an instant, a fragrant scent wafted out, causing him to raise his brow in surprise. As the fragrance entered his nose, he couldn't help feeling somewhat refreshed. Pouring out the pill from the bottle, Ji Chi's eyes bulged. This is... Yang Pei, who was sitting to the side, also straightened up as his eyes stared fixedly at the pill, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although Ji Chi had been living in seclusion with his elders for many years, as an origin-returning realm cultivator, he still had some ability to discern. As the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yang Pei had auctioned countless valuable items over the years, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. The two of them instantly saw through the extraordinariness of this pill. An origin-grade high-rank pill? Yang Pei called out in horror, disregarding the difference in status, snatching the pill from Ji Chi's hand and holding it in his palm to examine it carefully. Is it really an origin-grade high-rank pill? Ji Chi also felt like he was dreaming and asked in disbelief. Yes, it is indeed an origin-grade high-rank pill. This color, this fragrance, and the medicinal efficacies contained inside are clearly at the level of an origin-grade high-rank pill, Yang Pei murmured. One couldn't blame him for losing his composure as on Shadowed Star, origin-grade high-rank pills were nothing more than a myth. Here, the highest rank an alchemist could reach was origin-grade low-rank, and it was impossible for them to advance any further. As everyone knew, when alchemists refined pills, their chances of failure were very high. Therefore, even origin-grade low-rank alchemists didn't dare say they could refine origin-grade low-rank pills with 100% certainty. Occasionally, if one was lucky enough, an origin-grade mid-rank pill would appear, but each origin-grade mid-rank pill was a priceless treasure. Even if one was successfully refined, it would be hidden away by the great forces, never to be seen in the outside world. As for the origin-grade high-rank pill, to put it bluntly, no one on Shadowed Star could refine such a pill. Treasure Trove Pavilion had obtained a few of these pills over the countless years, but without exception, they had all been found in ancient ruins. After the flowing time Great Emperor passed away, most of these pills had lost their medicinal efficacies and could no longer be used. Only one of these pills had ever been put up for auction. Yang Pei vaguely remembered that at that time, the great forces of Shadowed Star had all fought over it. That time, Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had almost ended prematurely. Every time he thought about it, Yang Pei felt a lingering fear. But now, after so many years, another origin-grade high-rank pill had appeared in front of him. No matter what the function of this pill was, its value was immeasurable. However, since Yang Kai had taken out this pill at this time, Yang Pei had some guesses about its function. This is a soul-cleansing pill. I wonder if Senior Yang has heard of it. Yang Kai smiled lightly before taking a sip of tea. A soul-cleansing pill. It's actually a soul-cleansing pill. Yang Pei breathed a sigh of relief. This is really a good pill for treating the symptoms. Senior Yang, you mean? Ji Chi looked at Yang Pei worriedly from the side and asked weakly. Take it. Yang Pei put the soul-cleansing pill in his hand into a jade bottle and tossed it to Ji Chi. This soul-cleansing pill is enough to solve Brother Ji's crisis. Although it's not as effective as soul-cleansing divine water, it's better than the Liu Yang flying fire he needs. Really? Ji Chi was overjoyed. Why would this old master lie to you? Yang Pei snorted. The reason why Brother Ji didn't ask you to exchange for this pill is probably because he thought there was no such thing as an origin-grade high-rank pill in this world, so he settled for the next best thing, Liu Yang flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. But now that there is such a good pill for his illness, what need is there for those things? Brother Ji's luck is quite good. Hearing this, Ji Chi's face filled with joy and he quickly and carefully put the soul-cleansing pill into his space ring before thanking Yang Kai. No need, Brother Ji and I are just taking what we need. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. This soul-purifying pill was something he had refined when he was in retreat last time. He had refined a lot of pills last time, but there weren't many origin-grade high-rank pills, only 2 or 3 of them. This soul-purifying pill happened to be one of them. At the auction, Yang Kai had heard from Yang Pei that the owner of the Star Emperor token wanted to exchange for the whereabouts of Liu Yang's flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai had guessed that there was something wrong with the other party's knowledge sea, and if that was the case, this soul-cleansing pill was undoubtedly the best choice. Ji Qi took the soul-cleansing pill and naturally handed the Star Emperor token to Yang Kai. After fiddling with it for a while, Ji Qi found that it was almost identical to the Star Emperor token he had obtained in Liu Yang's desert last time, so he tossed it into his space ring. After Ji Qi completed his task, he naturally couldn't wait to leave this place and return to his family ancestor so he could take the soul-cleansing pill. Before leaving, Ji Qi solemnly cupped his fists and said, "If family ancestor survives this disaster, he will definitely pay you a visit. I hope Sister Yang Yun will not take offense." Saying so, Ji Qi bowed to Yang Pei again and hurried away. Inside the room, Yang Kai rubbed his nose and exchanged a glance with Yang Pei, both of them wearing confused expressions. Ji Qi's words before leaving had a deep meaning. He said that his family ancestor was going to visit Yang Yun, not Yang Kai, which was quite intriguing. "Senior Yang, this brother Ji, little friend doesn't need to inquire. If that old friend of mine really comes to visit, you will naturally know his origins. If he doesn't, this old master will not tell outsiders what his identity is. However, there is one thing little friend needs to know. Although this old friend of mine has been in seclusion for a long time, he was still a famous character back in the day." Yang Pei smiled slightly, appearing very enigmatic before suddenly asking in a low voice, "Right, little friend Yang, the soul-cleansing pill you just took out, how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking?" Quickly shaking his head, he said, "No, that's all." Yang Pei obviously didn't believe him so easily and didn't continue to pester him, instead turning a thoughtful look towards Yang Kai and asking, "Is this pill something little friend obtained in the past?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "Presumably Senior Yang also knows where I came from, but even in the outside world, origin-grade high-rank pills are rare treasures, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." "So that's how it is." Yang Pei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "It's fine. If little friend Yang discovers some other good pills one day, you might as well hand them over to my treasure trove pavilion for auction. The price will definitely satisfy you." Of course," Yang Kai responded casually. Yang Pei chuckled and got up. "Good, this old master will do his best to fulfill little friend Yang's request. If I really find some good earth attribute supreme treasures, I will definitely let you know." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai also stood up, "Then this junior will take his leave." Coming out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yang Kai had a heavy look on his face as he glanced over at Young Inflammation from time to time, secretly wondering what this woman had done before meeting him and why Ji Qi had been so nervous and cautious when he saw her. He had no clue. Young Inflammation was a very mysterious person, and the more he came into contact with her, the more he couldn't see through her. However, there was one thing Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that Young Inflammation had no malicious intentions towards him. "Yang Kai, it seems that someone is watching us." After leaving Heavenly Fate City, Young Inflammation suddenly whispered. "Oh." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and soon noticed that there were indeed people hiding nearby, but their cultivations weren't very high. The one leading them was only a member of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, and it didn't seem like they were from the same group. However, although these people had ill intentions, they didn't show any murderous intent. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately understood who was watching them, so he smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry about them. This is Heavenly Fate City, they won't dare to make a move here. Let's go back first." Saying so, he and Young Inflammation used their movement skills to fly towards Dragon Cave Mountain. A moment later, the two arrived in front of the mountain defending array. Landing, Yang Kai ordered, "You go back first, I'll talk to these people." Young Inflammation nodded and didn't say much before walking straight inside. The mountain defending array couldn't stop Young Inflammation in the slightest, allowing her to walk straight in, her figure disappearing in an instant. After Young Inflammation left, Yang Kai turned around, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he called out loudly, "You've all followed me here, why don't you show yourselves?" The surroundings were quiet and there was no movement. Yang Kai wasn't surprised and simply smiled. Since you won't show yourselves, I'll go in. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, the cultivator hiding nearby finally couldn't hold back. On the left, a ripple spread out and a group of 5 or 6 people strangely appeared, while on the right, several figures of the cultivator also appeared. As soon as the two groups of people appeared, they glared at each other fiercely, as if they were ready to jump at each other's throats. The group of people on the left had some traces of demonic chi on them, and their clothes were embroidered with patterns of birds, fish, insects, and beasts. Needless to say, these people were from Myriad Beast Mountain. Only the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, who dealt with Monster Beast all day long, would be contaminated with demonic chi. As for the group on the right, although their cultivations were the same as those on the left, the fluctuations of their vitality were obviously higher and there was a faint smell of blood on their bodies. People from Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai's gaze fell on a certain person in the group on the right and raised his brow, cupping his fists and smiling. Brother Deng, long time no see. The man smiled bitterly and showed a helpless look before returning the courtesy. Brother Yang, you're still as elegant as ever. The two exchanged words and seemed quite familiar with each other, causing the expressions of the Myriad Beast Mountain disciples on the left to change slightly, while the origin returning realm leader on the right looked happy and asked the cultivator surnamed Deng, "Do you know this little brother?" Chapter 1383. En, hearing his elder's question, the cultivator surnamed Deng nodded helplessly. Oh. The origin returning realm cultivator looked overjoyed. Since you know each other, things will be easier. Deng Ning, tell this little brother that Elder Jin Sha needs that piece of profound gold, see if he is willing to part with it. This Demon Blood Temple disciple was none other than Deng Ning, whom Yang Kai had met before. When he left Liu Yang's desert, Yang Kai happened to encounter him being chased by 2 of his fellow sect disciples. At that time, Yang Kai had lent him a hand. The Demon Blood Thread secret technique was obtained from Deng Ning and had helped Yang Kai a great deal. Later, Deng Ning returned the favor and led Yang Kai to use the space array there, allowing Yang Kai to teleport to another city and return to Heavenly Fate City. From this relationship alone, Yang Kai had a good impression of Deng Ning. Although the Demon Blood Temple disciple Yang Kai came from wasn't very good, it was definitely not a problem to have a private relationship with him. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Deng Ning would also come to Heavenly Fate City this time and follow him with the other disciples of Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai knew that Deng Ning had no choice but to follow him, so of course, he didn't blame him. What's more, although Yang Kai had a friendship with Deng Ning, it wasn't deep, so there was nothing to worry about. Nodding, Deng Ning looked at Yang Kai helplessly, but before he could speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Brother Deng, there is no need to say anything more. Since this profound gold was obtained by me, it is absolutely impossible for me to hand it over. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint everyone. Please return." The origin returning realm cultivator from Demon Blood Temple's face sank and was about to say something. On the other side, a burly man from Myriad Beast Mountain laughed. "Little boy, don't be so ruthless. First listen to my Myriad Beast Mountain's conditions before making a decision. Although my Myriad Beast Mountain is not comparable to Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect, it is still a first-class sect. We will definitely not let you suffer a loss. If you want something, no one will refuse." His words were casual, but there was a hint of threat in them. The origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple immediately retorted, "Friend's tone is quite bold. What other conditions can you offer? If he had enough capital, why did you back off at the auction?" The tall and sturdy man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain coldly snorted. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai, his lips wriggling as he transmitted his divine sense to him. "Young man, I don't think you lack saint crystals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bid such a high price at the auction. But you also know what our 10,000 Beast Mountain does. How about this? I can make the decision to give you 37th grade Monster Beast. 10 8th grade Monster Beast, and I'll teach you the beast taming technique, as long as you give me that piece of profound gold. Your little mountain doesn't occupy a large area, so if you have these monster beasts to guard it, it will be impregnable. Although I can't guarantee too much, no one will dare to provoke you. What do you say?" In all fairness, this price wasn't high, but it wasn't low either, but it definitely couldn't match the number of Saint crystals Yang Kai was willing to pay. After all, a 7th grade monster beast was only equivalent to a Saint realm cultivator, while an 8th grade one was only equivalent to a Saint king. 10,000 Beast Mountain clearly wanted to take advantage of this situation, and Dragon Cave Mountain was protected by many layers of spirit arrays, so what use would these monster beasts have? As such, even if the other party was showing some sincerity, Yang Kai decisively shook his head. The man from 10,000 Beast Mountain frowned and continued to transmit his voice. I'll add 5 more 8th grade monster beast. This is the highest price my 10,000 Beast Mountain can offer. Think carefully before you answer. I already said, the profound gold has already fallen into my hands, so it is impossible for me to hand it over. Your Excellency, please return. Yang Kai looked at him faintly. Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you believe I won't flatten this little mountain right now? The burly man flew into a rage. Yang Kai's shameless attitude annoyed him greatly. Listening to this man's threats, Yang Kai grinned. Good, I'll wait and see how you flatten my Dragon Cave Mountain. You court death. Murderous intent flashed across the burly man's eyes, but soon, he seemed to remember something and glanced around vigilantly, only to see the people from Demon Blood Temple staring at him with great interest, as if they couldn't wait for him to immediately start fighting with this little brat. Immediately, the burly man's heart clenched as he knew that if he attacked, he would only end up benefiting these people from Demon Blood Temple, so he quickly suppressed his anger, sneered, and stood aside, assuming a posture of watching a good show. Since he couldn't obtain the profound gold, he naturally couldn't allow these people from Demon Blood Temple to obtain it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to report back to Elder Feng. Moreover, this place was close to Heavenly Fate City, so he didn't dare to kill people at will. If not for this, how could they have gotten a chance to act this time? Old woman Feng and Jin She would have already personally come to Yang Kai. It was because they were in Heavenly Fate City's territory and didn't want to be accused of bullying the weak that these 2 third-order origin returning realm masters sent their respective disciples to discuss the profound gold with Yang Kai, hoping that Yang Kai would be tactful and hand over the profound gold. The origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple saw the people from Myriad Beast Mountain looking at him and didn't try to hide anything, loudly declaring, I don't know what price this friend from Myriad Beast Mountain is offering you, but my Demon Blood Temple is willing to pay you 20 outstanding beauties. What does little brat think of this proposal? Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai confidently, as if he felt that no one could refuse such an offer. When the people from Myriad Beast Mountain heard this, all of their expressions changed greatly, the burly man even sucking in a breath of cold air. 20 blood slaves, your noble temple is truly generous. After saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai somewhat uneasily, fearing that he would immediately agree. After all, the temptation of 20 blood slaves was too great for ordinary people to refuse. If Demon Blood Temple was willing to give him such benefits, he would immediately betray Myriad Beast Mountain and join Demon Blood Temple. Heh, compared with Elder Jin She's secret art, what are 20 blood slaves? The leader of the Demon Blood Temple group smiled lightly as he looked at Yang Kai and said, blood slaves can only be cultivated by my Demon Blood Temple on Shadowed Star, but if some special ceremony is performed, the blood slave will completely obey your orders, loyal to you until death. What's more, each blood slave's primordial yin qi can help enhance the cultivator's vitality. Saying so, he suddenly turned to a woman behind him and revealed an evil grin. This is one of my blood slave. Soon after, he gave an order that made everyone's jaws drop. Take off your clothes. The woman heard this and was stunned, her face turning pale as her tender body trembled slightly. This woman had picturesque facial features and a graceful waist, giving her an extremely charming appearance. It was unknown what kind of beguiling technique she cultivated, but there was an alluring charm to her brow. Her cultivation was not low, at least a first-order Saint King, but after listening to the orders of the man from Demon Blood Temple, she actually began to undress in front of everyone. Biting her thin lip, the woman's face turned pale, obviously unwilling, but she was unable to disobey this man's order. Rustling sounds rang out as the male disciples of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were dumbstruck. The sound of gulping could be heard continuously, and the few female disciples even revealed looks of disdain, spitting endlessly. Piece after piece of clothing was taken off, and very soon, the woman was only left with undergarments that covered her vital parts. Her skin was snow-white like fine jade, and her body was suffused with an alluring luster, causing one's appetite to be aroused. Especially this kind of flirtatious expression, which was extremely lethal to any man, causing one's blood to boil. Seeing that she was actually about to take off her undergarments, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, showing a look of impatience as he quickly said, "I'll say this one last time, I will not hand over the profound gold. You don't need to test me anymore." The expression of the origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, "Boy, do you really want to be so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation?" Yang Kai just stared back at him indifferently, too lazy to say anything more. "H. Good, young people with lofty aspirations, I hope your life won't be as thin as paper." The man sneered, leaving behind these ruthless words before tactfully not attacking Yang Kai here, waving his hand and leading the Demon Blood Temple disciples away. Before the blood slave left, she gently nodded to Yang Kai with a look of gratitude on her face. Grabbing the clothes on the ground, her tender body flickered and disappeared without a trace. Deng Ning also cupped his fists to Yang Kai, an apologetic look on his face before retreating with his elders. After the people from Demon Blood Temple left, the burly man leading the Myriad Beast Mountain group chuckled, "Boy, you should think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, come to Heavenly Fate City and find me. The conditions I proposed before can be exchanged at any time." His face was filled with goodwill, as if all the unpleasantness he had with Yang Kai a moment ago was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. After saying so, he took his people and left. After the conflict dissipated, Yang Kai frowned secretly. He found that recently, he had made more and more enemies, but there was nothing he could do about it. The profound gold was indeed of great use to him, so he couldn't easily hand it over. Moreover, Dragon Cave Mountain was near Heavenly Fate City and was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. Although Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the various grievances between Yang Kai and the Xie family, if Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple attacked Dragon Cave Mountain, Shadow Moon Hall would not sit idly by. These two forces could be ignored for the time being, but the Xie family needed to be considered. Originally, Yang Kai planned to settle the score with the Xie family after coming out of seclusion last time, but now that he learned that Lu Yi was also in the Xie family, and it seemed that even Sea Heart Sect's people had run to the Xie family, Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to take action. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive strength was absolutely unquestionable, but in terms of offensive power, it was indeed somewhat lacking. This matter would need to be carefully considered. Regarding Lu Yi, Yang Kai was still quite wary. Just the fact that the other party could regrow his severed arm was enough to shock him, so it would be unwise to act rashly before thoroughly understanding Lu Yi's background. Thinking so, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountain defending array. Yang Yang was waiting for him up ahead and had not gone to rest, so when he saw Yang Kai return safely, he wasn't too surprised and simply beckoned to him before walking towards the cave mansion. Yang Kai smiled lightly and slowly followed. Inside the cave mansion, the two sat face to face and Yang Yang stretched out his hand and said, "Let me see that Star Emperor token." Chapter 1384. As if he had expected Yang Inflammation to say this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and handed the Star Emperor token he had exchanged with Ji Qi to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation received it, a complicated look on her face as she gently stroked it, her expression fluctuating as a trace of reminiscence flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai sat to the side, not bothering to disturb her. After half an hour, the strange look on Yang Inflammation's face disappeared as she let out a heavy breath and handed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai. "Keep this thing well, it may be of great use in the future." "Great use?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "How do I use it?" "I don't know." Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. "It's just my feeling. Even if you asked me to explain it, I wouldn't be able to. However, it definitely hides some secrets, and it is rumored that the great emperors refined a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens in their lifetime. Perhaps we need to collect all 10 in order to unravel the mystery." After saying so, she laughed self-deprecatingly, "But collecting all 10 Star Emperor tokens is simply too difficult. For an ordinary person, obtaining one in their lifetime is already a great opportunity, so how could they possibly collect all 10? Is that so? Yang Kai showed a strange smile. I have more here. What? Yang Inflammation looked at him in amazement before her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the other Star Emperor token that had strangely appeared in Yang Kai's hand, speechless for a long time. This Star Emperor token was basically the same as the one Ji Qi had exchanged for, and there was no difference at all. The divine technique sealed inside had been activated, but the remnant Emperor pressure was incomparably clear. Obviously, it was also something refined by the great emperors. This was not the end though, as Yang Kai flipped his hand and another Star Emperor token appeared. When Yang saw the third Star Emperor token, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she muttered, could this be? This third Star Emperor token was clearly different from the previous two. Although its appearance was the same, the energy fluctuations it gave off caused one's heart to palpitate. Yang Inflammation was experienced and knowledgeable, so how could he not see through its hidden mysteries? This is an intact Star Emperor token. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed it to Yang. Yang Inflammation took it in a flurry. Then, something unexpected happened. When the intact Star Emperor token was grasped by Yang, a rippling aura was visible to the naked eye and at the same time, a crisp bird cry rang out from the Star Emperor token. This bird cry was similar to that of a sparrow, but it was extremely loud and clear. At the same time, a cyan, slender bird pattern with long feathers on its tail flashed across the Star Emperor token before disappearing. Immediately afterwards, the Saint Chi fluctuations in Yang Inflammation's body resonated with the energy contained in the Star Emperor token, and both of them floated up involuntarily. With a loud sizzling sound, the aura inside the cave mansion became chaotic and a coercion that caused Yang Kai to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai didn't understand what was going on at all and hurriedly summoned his purple shield while circulating his Saint Chi to protect himself. Only then did he release his divine sense to investigate the situation of Yang Inflammation. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was surprised. He found that Yang Inflammation didn't show any signs of abnormality and instead seemed to be receiving some kind of message from the Star Emperor token. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled, and her brow furrowed from time to time. This scene didn't last long, only a dozen breaths of time. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what to do, Yang Inflammation suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the Star Emperor token floating in front of her, and gently floated down to the ground, staring at it thoughtfully. What happened? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Inflammation glanced at him and didn't answer his question directly. You haven't refined it yet, have you? This thing can be refined. Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. This is also a kind of artifact, but it's a one-time use artifact, so naturally it can be refined. Fortunately, you've been keeping it hidden and haven't used it yet, otherwise you would have died. Yang Kai didn't show any surprise. Gui Zhu had already told him this before, so even though the situation had become more dangerous over the years, he had never thought about using this Star Emperor token. This kind of trump card that would allow him to perish together with his enemies was not something he would easily take out. You seem to know a lot of things. Yang Kai frowned slightly as he looked at her. What do you want to say? Yang Inflammation pursed her red lips lightly, her expression slightly uneasy. Since you fell into a coma for no reason last time, I feel like you've changed a lot. What are you hiding? Is there something you can't tell me? Yang Kai decided to speak up about the doubts he had been harboring during this time, especially today. When Ji Qi saw Yang, he acted like he had seen a ghost, but Yang said she had never seen him before. Now, this Star Emperor token had actually resonated with Yang Inflammation, making it impossible for Yang Kai to ignore it. Yang Kai wanted to talk to Yang openly and honestly. I'm not hiding anything, it's just. Yang Inflammation showed a hesitant look on her face. Just what? It's just that I'm not sure myself, so I didn't say anything. When I'm sure, I'll tell you, okay? Yang Inflammation looked at him pleadingly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly grinning. Tell me how to refine this thing. I've studied it a few times before, but I've come up with nothing. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't continue to ask, Young Inflammation breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. I only just found out, he. Saying so, Young Inflammation condensed a wisp of sword-like Saint Chi at his fingertips and quickly cut a small wound on his wrist. Red blood immediately flowed out and Young Inflammation placed the Star Emperor token on the wound. Yang Kai heard a bone-chilling sound, as if a hungry ghost was devouring flesh and blood, and the blood that flowed out of Yang Yang's wrist was absorbed by the Star Emperor token. In the blink of an eye, the Star Emperor token had become as red as blood. After doing all this, Young Inflammation seemed to be a little tired and tossed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai before sitting down cross-legged. That's it. Yang Kai looked at the Star Emperor token in his hand in amazement and found that only its color had changed a little, nothing else had changed. Young Inflammation nodded seriously. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. If refining this Star Emperor token required blood, then it should have been provided by the person who refined it, so why would Young Inflammation provide blood? You'll know once you try. Young Inflammation pursed his lips before standing up and walking out, saying, you must take good care of these 3 Star Emperor tokens. Got it. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. After Young Inflammation left, Yang Kai held the bright red Star Emperor token in his hand and tried to pour his Saint Chi into it. Surprisingly, his Saint Chi poured in easily without the slightest hindrance, nor did it show any sign of activating the divine technique sealed inside. At this moment, the Star Emperor token was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing Yang Kai's Saint Chi and establishing a faint connection with it. This was clearly the beginning of refining this artifact. Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately understood that Young Inflammation was right. This Star Emperor token could really be refined, so he spared no effort in doing so. At the same time, in a jungle about 300 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, a young man was flying forward seemingly casually at a leisurely pace. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately attacked this young man. The reason was simple. This young man was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, the one Yang Kai hated to the core. Looking at the direction he was flying, it was obvious he was returning to the Xie family. Lu Yi's lips curled slightly as a light smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the star shuttle beneath his feet turned and flew directly into the jungle. A moment later, he gently landed on the ground and stood there with his hands behind his back. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of a gentle breeze blowing through the branches and leaves. What's wrong? Didn't all of you lie in ambush here specifically to wait for this Lu? Now that this Lu is here, why don't all of you show yourselves? Lu Yi tilted his head and glanced at the thick trees on either side. No one answered, nor did anyone show up, as if Lu Yi was the only one here. However, Lu Yi's expression remained firm as he sneered, a group of cowards, actually daring to ambush this Lu? Good, since you don't want to show yourself, don't blame this Lu for being impolite. Brat, your eyesight isn't bad. You were actually able to see through our concealment technique. What a pity, your life has come to an end. A loud and clear voice rang out. In the next moment, several people suddenly jumped down from a large tree. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound as people appeared all around, all of them staring towards Lu Yi with malicious intent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was surrounded and there was no way out for him. In the auction just now, Lu Yi had been extremely generous with his money, so naturally, he had attracted the attention of countless people. Although he had quietly withdrawn from the auction at the last moment, many people were still secretly following him. Knowing that he was returning to the Xie family, these people had set up an ambush in this jungle in advance, waiting for him to show up. Sure enough, Lu Yi really did pass by here, but what these people with malicious intentions did not expect was that Lu Yi would be so bold, daring to walk right into the trap despite knowing that there was an ambush. The man who spoke just now was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator with a short stature and a large bump on his forehead. His appearance was extremely ugly, and as he stared at Lu Yi, a malicious grin appeared on his face as he nodded. Not bad, your courage is extraordinary. I haven't seen such a brave little brat in many years. Brother Cheng, why are you wasting time with him? Just hurry up and do it. On the other side, an elderly man with 3 strands of long beard impatiently urged. Although on the surface, This elderly man was much older than the cultivator surnamed Cheng. The two were actually not that far apart in age, only their appearances differed. Yes, a long night is fraught with dreams. This boy is quite rich, so his harvest will definitely not be small. What's the hurry? The cultivator surnamed Cheng coldly snorted. Naturally we must act, but how should we distribute this treasure? Shouldn't we discuss it first? There were a total of 3 groups, 3 origin returning realm masters, 1 Saint King, and 1 Saint Realm Master, totaling about 15 to 16 people. Chapter 1385. Now that they had the upper hand, none of the 3 groups put a trivial Lu Yi in their eyes. After all, under the investigation of their divine senses, they could tell he was just a third-order Saint King. In front of him, all of them wanted to discuss the division of benefits. Someone who could spend 40 million Saint crystals at the auction should still have some Saint crystals left on him. What's more, the things he bought at the auction were all excellent treasures, more than enough to be divided among them. The backgrounds of these 3 groups were not high and the forces they belonged to were only comparable to flowing cloud valleys Lu Yi belonged to. All of them were small forces, otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to killing and robbing. A cultivator from a big force was generally more self-disciplined due to the strict rules of their sect. With such a big fat sheep in front of them, anyone who looked at it would drool, feeling that their group was stronger and deserved a bigger share. In an instant, the 3 origin returning realm masters began to quarrel, spittle flying everywhere, none of them willing to back down. Lu Yi stood in place with an indifferent expression, not showing the slightest sign of panic, as if these people were not talking about him, his expression gradually becoming impatient. Seeing the 3 people arguing more and more fiercely, Lu Yi finally couldn't bear it anymore and coldly snorted, "Useless trash." As soon as this statement came out, all 3 origin returning realm masters stared at him in amazement. The cultivator surnamed Cheng pretended to pick his ear and exclaimed in surprise, "Boy, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again. I said you're just a bunch of trash, killing and robbing people, but before they're even dead, you're already discussing the division of benefits. Ridiculous. Do you think you can eat this, Lu?" Lu Yi's mouth curled into a sarcastic and disdainful smile. The cultivator surnamed Cheng's face sank. His expression became ferocious as he chuckled meaningfully. "Two friends, this little brat is tired of living. Since he wants to die, we might as well grant him his wish first, then we can sit down and have a good discussion." The other 2 were also stimulated by Lu Yi's arrogant words, so naturally, there was no reason for them to disagree. The cultivator surnamed Cheng sneered, waved his hand, and shouted, "Chop him into mincemeat, I want him to regret being born in this world." Once the order was given, many Saint King Realm and Saint Realm cultivator summoned their artifacts. Just as he was about to launch an attack, Lu Yi's expression suddenly changed, becoming incomparably gloomy as he laughed. "Trash like you want to scheme against this senior's life? For more than 100,000 years. You are the most daring people I have ever seen." "What?" The 3 origin returning realm masters were dumbfounded upon hearing this. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Lu Yi laughed maniacally and waved his hands. Suddenly, blood-red beams of light shot out. They all rushed towards the cultivator. A strange sound rang out from the blood-red light, as if it was some kind of living creature, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. They all tried to resist, but a scene that made everyone despair appeared. Whether they attacked or defended, they were unable to resist this blood-red light. Not to mention the Saint Kings and Saints, even the cultivator surnamed Cheng and the other 2 origin returning realm masters were all struck. The blood-red light only flickered slightly before disregarding their protective Saint Chi and drilling directly into their bodies, disappearing from sight. "What the hell?" The cultivator surnamed Cheng cried out in horror as he involuntarily stumbled back a few steps, his face pale as he hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate himself. What surprised him though was that there was nothing wrong with him. His Saint Chi was flowing smoothly, his meridians were open, and his divine sense was not affected in the slightest. What was the effect of that blood-red light just now? After so many years of cultivation, this was the first time the cultivator surnamed Cheng had encountered such a strange thing. Feeling suspicious, He turned his head to look at the other two Origin returning realm masters but found that they were just as suspicious as him. Their expressions were gloomy and uncertain, obviously unable to find any useful information. After releasing the blood-red light, Lu Yi did not move, simply standing in place and staring at them with a contemptuous look, coldly snorting in dissatisfaction. I thought I would be able to draw out a lot of useful people, but I didn't expect that only 3 wastes would show up. Fine, at least you are of some use. From now on, you will obey this senior's orders. Draw out. The cultivator surnamed Cheng listened to his words and frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, his expression changed drastically. You deliberately acted so generously at the auction just to attract people to rob you. The other 2 Origin returning realm masters heard this and instantly understood the whole story and could not help looking at Lu Yi with some fear. No matter what this person wanted to do, this intention alone was enough to make them suspicious. What's more, no one knew what that blood-red light just now was. You are not qualified to ask. If you obey this senior's orders, I can spare your life, otherwise. Otherwise what? The cultivator surnamed Cheng obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. Or rather, he did not believe that the blood-red light had any mysterious effect. After all, he was not feeling any discomfort right now. Maybe the other party is just deliberately mystifying things. He comforted himself. Otherwise, the end will be very miserable. Lu Yi grinned wickedly. As soon as his voice fell, the cultivator surnamed Cheng suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and screamed loudly. His screams sounded like he was being cut by 1,000 knives, causing everyone to be shocked. In just 3 breaths of time, the cultivator surnamed Cheng's clothes were soaked with sweat. His whole body was bent like a shrimp as he let out a beast-like roar from the depths of his throat. His skin was red, as if he would explode at any moment. What did you do to Brother Cheng? What was that thing just now? The other Origin returning realm master's eyes trembled as he asked in shock. Not only was the cultivator surnamed Cheng affected by the blood-red light, but everyone present was affected as well. Seeing the cultivator surnamed Cheng being tortured like this, he naturally felt a sense of sadness. This senior just gave him a 10,000 poison evil insect. Why make such a fuss? Lu Yi sneered. 10,000 poison evil insect. Everyone heard this and looked at each other. Although none of them had heard of it before, from the experience of the cultivator surnamed Cheng, it was obviously not something good. The elderly man's expression flickered for a moment before he suddenly pointed his finger and summoned a long black sword. This long sword was shrouded in black chi and faintly exuded a bloody aura. The black chi struggled and squirmed before suddenly transforming into a 10-meter-long black snake that bit towards Lu Yi. He actually intended to kill Lu Yi directly. This idea wasn't wrong. No matter what this 10,000 poison evil insect was, for it to cause this cultivator surnamed Cheng to suffer so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was obviously under Lu Yi's control. The elderly man was also affected by this 10,000 poison evil insect, so if he wanted to get rid of it, he could only kill Lu Yi by surprise. In his opinion, Lu Yi was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, so the fact that he could stand here so calmly without the slightest fear was obviously because of the strangeness of the 10,000 poison evil insect. But no matter how powerful the 10,000 poison evil insect was, once the cultivator died, it would be useless, right? The elderly man was also a decisive person, so as soon as he thought of this, he immediately took action. There was no prior warning, and his attack was extremely ruthless, directly summoning his most powerful artifact. The black snake rushed towards Lu Yi in an instant, causing the elderly man's mouth to curl into a cruel smile as he secretly cheered in his heart. But in the next moment, his eyes bulged. Because Lu Yi had actually stretched out his hand and grabbed the black snake, seemingly moving slowly but actually grabbing it in the palm of his hand. The black snake struggled and squirmed, trying to break free from Lu Yi's grasp, but no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to do so. How is this possible? The elderly man's face changed drastically. This artifact of his was extremely evil, not to mention just holding it. Even if a Saint King realm cultivator were to come into contact with its black chi, they would immediately fall unconscious. At that time, they would be at his mercy, but this young man seemed to be completely fine. This scene frightened the elderly man, but he was still an origin returning realm master with extremely rich combat experience. With a single thought, the black snake in Lu Yi's hand suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a jet of black venom directly onto Lu Yi's face. "Let's see if you'll die this time," the elderly man roared with a ferocious look on his face. After saying this, he opened his mouth wide and was unable to close it again. He was shocked to find that even if he was sprayed with venom, Lu Yi remained unscathed. Only a sizzling sound could be heard from his face as Lu Yi's expression gradually became extremely violent, his eyes becoming extremely cold. Facing these two eyes, the elderly man's body trembled as a chill ran down his spine. He felt the call of death. Lu Yi stretched out his other hand and slowly wiped the venom off his face, saying in a low voice, "I originally wanted to spare your life, but since you've chosen to seek your own death, don't blame this senior." Saying so, he stared coldly at the elderly man. In the next moment, the elderly man's vitality began to surge and the surface of his skin became as red as iron as his body began to swell. "No, no! Spare!" the elderly man shouted in horror, but before he could finish speaking, his body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but bones. The smell of blood filled the air. The other origin returning realm master saw this scene and froze in place, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of monster had they provoked? A trivial third-order Saint King not only ignored all of the elderly man's attacks but also caused him to explode with a single thought. Was this really something a Saint King could do? After killing the elderly man, Lu Yi casually threw the black snake in his hand to the ground. Without its master controlling it, the black snake once again transformed into a black sword. Lu Yi calmly took out a brocade handkerchief and wiped his face before turning to look at the last origin returning realm master. The cultivator was quite perceptive and knew that he was doomed. Seeing Lu Yi look at him, he immediately half knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and respectfully said, "This one is willing to serve you as master and will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you." With an origin returning realm master doing this, the other Saint Kings and Saints all exchanged a glance before kneeling on the ground and pledging their allegiance. The cultivator surnamed Cheng had been tortured for a long time and was terrified of Lu Yi, so how could he resist? He also hurriedly got up and expressed his willingness to follow Lu Yi. Chapter 1386. The reaction of these people obviously satisfied Lu Yi. Even if he knew they had no sincerity at all, Lu Yi didn't need them. In front of absolute strength, what did it matter if they tried to curry favor? The corners of Lu Yi's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. "Good, since you all are so sincere, I won't hesitate to spare your lives, but Saint Realm Masters are too weak to be of any use. Kill them all." Hearing this, everyone's complexion changed greatly, especially the Saint Realm cultivator, who panicked. Never having expected that even if they groveled, they wouldn't be able to escape this fate, so they immediately began begging for mercy. The two origin returning realm masters also chimed in. After all, these saints were their juniors, how could they just kill them like that? Lu Yi remained unmoved and said lightly, "Do you need this senior to do it himself?" The cultivator surnamed Cheng and the other origin returning realm master were stunned for a moment before recalling the tragic death of the elderly man just now. After exchanging a glance, the two of them steeled their hearts and pushed their Saint Chi towards the Saint Realm cultivator. With a series of cracking sounds, the Saint Realm cultivators all had their heads crushed and died on the spot. Lu Yi gently nodded, expressing his satisfaction before ordering, "This senior has something he wants you to do. Please give us your orders, master." The cultivator surnamed Cheng said respectfully, "No matter what method you use, whether it's luring or kidnapping, find this senior some origin returning realm cultivators whose strength is no less than the two of you. Find some Saint Kings as well." "Yes." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Cheng immediately understood what Lu Yi was planning to do. This young man clearly wanted to use the same method to recruit subordinates, causing him to feel secretly happy, not feeling the slightest sense of rejection. Human psychology was always so subtle. If one suffered a loss, of course, one would be happy to see others suffer as well, so one's mood would be much better. "But master, where should we take these people?" "The Xie family." After Lu Yi finished speaking, He summoned his star shuttle and flew off towards the Xie family's headquarters. After he left, the cultivator surnamed Cheng gasped for breath. When he was being tortured by Lu Yi just now, he had almost thought he would die, but he had never expected to be able to keep his life, so he was naturally overjoyed. Brother Cheng, do we really have to obey this little brat? The other origin returning realm master stared in the direction Lu Yi disappeared and frowned, a look of unwillingness on his face. Although he was quicker than anyone else to pledge his loyalty, he still felt some rejection in his heart. No matter what, Lu Yi's cultivation was a level lower than his, and the flowing cloud valley he came from was not very powerful either. How could such a person deserve his loyalty? What else can we do? Does Brother Ren want to experience the pain of 10,000 poisons biting at his heart? The cultivator surnamed Cheng recalled the torture he had just suffered and couldn't help shivering. The cultivator surnamed Ren's face also turned ugly as he hesitantly said, "But this boy, isn't he?" The cultivator surnamed Cheng wore a thoughtful expression. Flowing Cloud Valley shouldn't be that strong, so how could such a monstrous talent appear here? But his methods are incredible, not even fearing the Black Snake Sword. Brother Ren, are you sure you can withstand a blow from the Black Snake Sword? The cultivator surnamed Ren shook his head quickly. The Black Snake Sword was the half-grown old man's most important artifact and was extremely powerful. He didn't dare to take it head-on, but Lu Yi had done so. Now that he thought about it, there were many suspicious points, but Lu Yi's strength was obviously not low. You and I are definitely not his opponents in a one-on-one fight. He is only a third-order Saint King now, but if he breaks through to the third-order origin returning realm one day, heh. Don't tell me Brother Ren doesn't understand the saying under a big tree is the best shade? Hearing what he said, cultivator surnamed Ren's eyes lit up. Besides, our families aren't strong, and with the appearance of the Emperor Garden this time, everyone wants a piece of the pie. If we can join forces with that little brat, we may be able to obtain some benefits. On top of that, this 10,000 poison evil insect is too strange. I've never even heard of it before, so I don't think anyone knows how to deal with it. What Brother Cheng says makes sense, then we might as well follow his orders for now. In any case, there's plenty of time in the future. Ian, that's what I was thinking, cultivator surnamed Cheng nodded immediately. The two of them reached an agreement and naturally agreed to carry out the task given by Lu Yi, preparing to find an origin returning realm master to lure to the Xie family so Lu Yi could plant the 10,000 poison evil insect. Half a month later, inside the cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai looked at the blood-red Star Emperor token in his hand with a touch of joy in his eyes. After half a month of refining, he finally managed to refine this intact Star Emperor token into his body. Yang Kai had heard of this kind of one-time use artifact before, all of which were extremely powerful, but because of the limited number of times they could be used, ordinary artifact refiners would not easily refine them. Yang Kai had never expected that he would actually be able to obtain one, and a famous Star Emperor token at that. What was sealed inside this Star Emperor token was the divine technique of the Great Emperors. It could be said that once used, one would be invincible on Shadowed Star. However, the consequences were equally huge. The divine technique of the Great Emperors was no trivial matter, and if one did not have enough strength to lift the seal, it was very likely that they would perish together with their enemy. Yang Kai knew that he could not open this Star Emperor token right now. Even if he reached the origin returning realm, he would need to consider whether or not to use it. Perhaps he would need to reach the third order origin returning realm before he was qualified to use it. After happily playing with this Star Emperor token for a while, Yang Kai took it back into his body. Just as he was about to cultivate his golden blood thread secret technique, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction, a look of amazement filling his face. After a short while, Yang Kai got up and disappeared from the cave mansion like a ghost, restraining his aura as he quietly flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was late at night, and Yang Kai had deliberately concealed his whereabouts, so no one on Dragon Cave Mountain noticed that Yang Kai had actually left. Half an hour later, in a wasteland about 200 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai's figure landed. Not far away, a graceful figure was standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Noticing his arrival, this figure raised her eyes and looked over, helplessly saying, I knew I couldn't hide from you. Nonsense. Yang Kai coldly snorted. You were the one who gave me the mountain defending array token, so of course I noticed you activating it. The one who had quietly left Dragon Cave Mountain in the middle of the night was actually Yang Yun. What are you doing out here? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. I want to go somewhere, Yang Yun replied without concealing anything. Where are you going? Why didn't you tell me? Yang Kai looked at her with dissatisfaction. Nowadays, the area around Heavenly Fate City was filled with dragons and snakes. Many great forces had stationed themselves here to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, but the Emperor Garden had remained silent for so long. However, the cultivator who stayed here could not bear the loneliness. After all, many of the great forces had grievances with each other. Every day, fights broke out near Heavenly Fate City and people died every day. Shadow Moon Hall naturally would not intervene in the grievances between these great forces, so the situation around Heavenly Fate City was becoming more and more chaotic. Yang Yun leaving alone was actually very dangerous, so Yang Kai was naturally a little angry. Didn't you follow me? Yang Yun pouted. Tell me, where are you going? Yang Kai looked at her helplessly. You'll know when we get there, Yang Yun giggled. Yang Yun giggled, but before Yang Kai could ask, she continued, when we get there, I may know a lot of things and can answer many of your questions. Don't ask me now because I don't know how to answer them. Yang Kai frowned and nodded gently after a long time. I'll explain things to Dragon Cave Mountain and then we'll set off. No need, I've already told Wu Yi and Chen Yu. Yang Yun stuck out her tongue and only then did Yang Kai understand that she had no intention of leaving him behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Yang Yun wiped her space ring and took out a long shuttle-like artifact before gently tossing it forward. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth and this long shuttle artifact grew in size, becoming 10 meters tall and 10 meters long in the blink of an eye, floating quietly in front of them like a shark. This is... Yang Kai stared dumbfounded. This is my improved flight-type artifact, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. This is my first time using it, so it should be quite good. Yang Yun smiled lightly before pouring her Saint Chi into the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. With a soft sound, an entrance suddenly appeared on the shuttle. Yang Yun flew in lightly, waved to Yang Kai, turned around, and disappeared inside. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed as he circled around the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle several times before following in. Entering the interior, Yang Kai was stunned again because from the outside, this so-called Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was only 10 meters long, but after entering, he discovered that there was actually a whole new world inside. There were several rooms, and although this space wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. Yang Kai also felt a familiar wave of power lingering around. Space Force. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai found traces of Yang Yun and walked straight in that direction, entering a room full of various spirit arrays. The entire room was filled with dense spirit chi. Pieces of round objects that looked like saint crystals were placed in grooves. They were densely packed together and were innumerable. Saint crystal sources. These were the saint crystal sources that could only be condensed by the stone mongoose, and their grade was even higher than high-rank saint crystals. At this moment, Yang Yun was fiddling with something in front of a spirit array. Yang Kai leaned over to take a look and found that the spirit array in front of him actually showed a clear path with flashing points of light that were somewhat similar to a star. Yang Yun skillfully chose a point of light, and in the next moment, Yang Kai noticed that the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle flickered slightly before shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai's face paled. He found that the flying speed of this Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was several times faster than that of a star shuttle, reaching a terrifying level. You asked me to pour my space force into those things some time ago in order to refine this thing? Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he looked around. You can even refine this kind of thing? Yang Kai was really shocked this time. Chapter 1387. One had to know that the grade of starships on Shadowed Star was not high, and there were very few of them. Only a few great sects could possess them. The last starship the Haiku family sent to Shadowed Star territory was rented from Shadow Moon Hall at a high price. For this reason, the Haiku family had paid a huge price at that time. It was not a simple matter to refine a battleship. It was very likely that it would require hundreds or even more refiners to work together for many years before it could be completed. But young Inflammation had actually achieved this with his own strength. Although it was small, it was still a starship. What's wrong with this? I can refine even bigger ones, young Inflammation said smugly. If he had a tail, it would have already flown to the sky. Young Kai was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling his mouth go dry as he stared at her expectantly. Why was Shadowed Star isolated from the outside world and unable to communicate with the other stars in its territory? It was nothing more than its location being too remote. It would take several years to travel from the nearest living star, and along the way, there were many dangers and thorns. With the artifact refining level of Shadowed Star's starships, it was impossible for them to support such a long distance and dangerous flight. If there was an Origin King grade starship, or even an Origin grade high rank starship, the cultivator on Shadowed Star would be able to restore contact with the outside world. Young Kai had been stranded on Shadowed Star for a long time, so he knew that there were only two ways to leave Shadowed Star. The first was to rely on his own cultivation to ignore the various dangers in Shadowed Star's territory and cross the Long Star Road with his own strength. The second was to rely on a high-grade starship. However, neither of these two options could be easily achieved. Without even mentioning the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, which prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm, a starship that could withstand the various dangers in Shadowed Star's territory was simply impossible to produce. But now, young Inflammation had taken out one. The Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was definitely a powerful artifact that could support long-distance voyages within Shadowed Star's territory. This gave him hope of leaving Shadowed Star. He suddenly felt that the distance between him and the woman he had been thinking about all this time had suddenly narrowed. Before he received any news about Su Yang, young Kai had not thought much about it, but after learning that Su Yang was living to this day's territory, he dreamed of finding her. There was also Xia Ningchang, who lived on Tongxian realm. Young Kai wanted to go back and see how she was. Young Inflammation to say, young Inflammation to you, to young Inflammation stars to, young Inflammation yang yangs yang tus, to me, to you, to me to you to you to you to you to. Young Inflammation stars, but it still needs some improvements. Young stars. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has an underground secret vault. Young Kai was even more stunned. Yang chuckled lightly, you've been in retreat all day, so of course you don't know. Young Kai blushed with shame. Speaking of which, although he was the sect master of Dragon Cave Mountain, he never cared about its affairs. The only thing he cared about was funding. If there was a shortage of saint crystals or materials, he would find a way. As for what those saint crystals and materials were used for, he didn't care. Young Kai used to think that Dragon Cave Mountain was spending money like water because Young Inflammation was arranging spirit arrays, but now he knew that Young Inflammation was refining starships. No wonder no matter how many saint crystals and materials there wasn't enough for her to squander. Thinking about the scale of the starships he had seen on Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's water moon star, Young Kai understood. While they were talking, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Young Kai's divine sense was almost unable to keep up with its speed, so it was easy to imagine how fast it was. I want to do an experiment. If something goes wrong, remember to save me, Young Inflammation suddenly said inexplicably. What? Young Kai was taken aback, unable to recover from his daze. Young Inflammation smiled strangely as he suddenly poured his Saint Chi into a complex spirit array in front of him. Immediately after, a loud buzzing sound rang out in this room as all the Saint crystal sources inserted into the grooves gave off a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a frightening energy fluctuation gathered in one place. Young Kai's face filled with shock as he turned his head to look at the Saint crystal sources, only to find that all the Saint crystal sources had dimmed in an instant, as if all the energy inside them had been sucked dry. Quickly calculating the sum of these energies in his mind, even Kai Yang, who had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but pale. Hong, a muffled bang rang out, as if it had come from the ninth heaven, shaking the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle violently. In the next moment, Yang Kai saw a bright and dazzling pillar of energy shoot out from a certain part of the flying shark battle shuttle and bombard the void. The void was like a snowflake under the scorching sun and quickly melted, transforming into a chaotic vortex that slowly rotated and emitted strong space force fluctuations. A void corridor. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Inflammation had already controlled the flying shark battle shuttle to rush towards the void corridor. Yang Kai didn't even have time to stop her, only able to hear her giggling like a silver bell. A familiar feeling suddenly descended from the sky. It was the unique feeling of weightlessness that one would experience when passing through a void corridor or using a space array. This feeling came quickly and went quickly. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai found himself and Yang Inflammation in a strange place while the flying shark battle shuttle slowly emerged from a huge vortex. Not having the time to be shocked, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but in the next moment, his face sank. Because not far in front of him, there were two groups of people fighting. Their strength wasn't very high, with the leaders being first or second order Saint Kings while the rest were all saints. The number of people in the two groups added together was about 30 to 40. In the middle of the two groups, there were several corpses lying on the ground, all of them extremely gruesome to look at. Not far away, there was also the corpse of an 8th order monster beast, Wind Flame Fox. At a glance, it was obvious that these two groups were fighting over this dead monster beast. It was very likely that the two sides had joined forces to kill the monster beast, but in the end, because of unequal distribution of the spoils, there was a conflict. This situation was so common that Yang Kai was able to guess the situation with just a sweep of his divine sense. Aya! Yang let out a soft cry, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face, as if he hadn't expected that the flying shark battle shuttle's first attempt to shatter space and perform a long-distance transmission would be witnessed by so many people. After all, it was still late at night, so who would have thought there would be so many people in this desolate wilderness? What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Is it fun to be stared at like a monkey? Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. Yang immediately recovered, stretched out his hand, and tapped the array plate in front of him. With a hum, the flying shark battle shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Below them, the two parties who were fighting fiercely were all stunned. Brother, what was that? A woman dressed like a young woman approached a Saint King realm cultivator and asked with trembling eyes. She didn't look very young, but she had maintained herself very well and still retained her charm. It was obvious that she must have been a beauty when she was young, but at this moment, her pretty face was filled with panic, obviously frightened by what had just happened. Brother doesn't know, the Saint King realm man shook his head blankly. It wasn't that they were shallow, but rather that the scene just now was too shocking. A void vortex had appeared out of thin air, and then a shark-like creature had emerged from it. Even if an origin-returning realm master was here, they would likely be frightened, let alone people like them. But from the looks of it, it should be a starship, right? The man muttered again. Is there such a small starship? The young woman obviously had some doubts. Little sister was fortunate enough to see Thunder Typhoon Sect starship set sail many years ago. That one was several dozen times larger than the one just now. Just as the two were talking though, a scream rang out. The man and the young woman's expression went cold as they turned their heads to look, quickly discovering that one of their cultivators had been seriously injured by an enemy while he was absent-minded, bleeding profusely as he cried out in pain. The man flew into a rage. "Shoo old third, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Shameless." Saying so, Yang Kai once again activated his artifact and sent it flying towards the other side. The original silence was instantly broken as the two groups once again clashed. As for what they had just witnessed, in the face of this blood feud, it had long been forgotten. Above a certain grassland 1,000 kilometers away, the flying shark battle shuttle came to a stop quietly. Inside the starship, the shock on Yang Kai's face had yet to fade while Yang was quickly replacing the Saint crystal sources. Yang Kai had never expected that this flying shark battle shuttle could actually shatter space. Although the consumption was enormous, consuming all the energy contained in over 100 Saint crystal sources at once, this was still an unimaginable feat. Moreover, The distance the flying shark battle shuttle could cross when shattering space was much greater than when he tore space himself. At the very least, Yang Kai could no longer detect its original position with his divine sense. A moment later, Yang finished replacing the Saint Crystal sources and once again urged the flying shark battle shuttle to fly forward. "How far can you travel by shattering space like this?" Yang Kai asked. "Just now, it should be 100,000 kilometers, Yang replied casually, his brow wrinkling slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The consumption is too great, and the exact position isn't easy to determine. After all, I was only using the principles of space arrays, so it seems I'll have to make some improvements. Yang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "This kind of thing can't be leaked, otherwise it'll cause a lot of trouble," Yang Kai said solemnly. It doesn't matter if it leaks," Yang said confidently. "Even if others obtain this flying shark battle shuttle, they won't be able to use it." "Why?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "Because others don't have Saint Crystal sources. If they want to drive this flying shark battle shuttle, they don't have enough high-rank Saint Crystals, so only the Saint Crystal sources condensed by Xiao Xiao can meet the requirements," Yang explained. Yang Kai suddenly understood, "So that's why you're holding onto the stone mongoose so tightly?" Yang nodded happily. The poor stone mongoose. Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly as he observed a moment of silence. Chapter 1388. The flying shark battle shuttle flew forward at an unimaginable speed while Yang Kai sat cross-legged in one of the rooms of the battle shuttle, cultivating alone. As for Yang, he was controlling the direction of the battle shuttle. Riding this special flight-type artifact was much better than using a star shuttle. First of all, this battle shuttle had its own room and was quite spacious, allowing Yang Kai to stay inside without being disturbed by the outside world. This was something a star shuttle could not compare with. Second, while controlling a star shuttle to fly, one had to resist the wind and activate the star shuttle's protection, all of which consumed the cultivator's Saint Chi. However, this flying shark battle shuttle did not have such concerns as all of its power was provided by Saint Crystal sources, so it did not consume any of the cultivator's strength. Third, the speed of this flying sand battle shuttle refined by Yang was not something an ordinary star shuttle could compare with. At the very least, Yang Kai had been cultivating here for more than 10 days without feeling the slightest disturbance, as if he was in a secluded room where the outside world's interference could not reach him at all. Yang Kai was now a third-order Saint King, just one step away from the origin returning realm, and he would be able to condense his own Sha. However, breaking through to the origin returning realm was not a simple matter. At least, Yang Kai still could not see any hope of doing so. He secretly felt that breaking through was probably not something that could be achieved through hard work, but rather through opportunities and external stimuli. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the third-order Saint King realm, he had heard some news about Su Yang from Qian Yu, which had given him an opportunity to break through. Yang Kai wanted to find this opportunity by cultivating various secret techniques, so over the past few days, he had been cultivating his golden blood thread, assimilating the colored glass bead with his demon eye of annihilation, and even refining the last few Liu Yang flying fires. The power of his conflagrated knowledge sea had increased significantly, allowing him to perform alchemy more easily. At the same time, the strength of his divine sense had also greatly increased. If he used his blossoming lotus secret technique, its power would definitely increase as well. However, Yang Kai had not found an opportunity to experiment. On this day, Yang Kai was condensing a new golden blood thread with his golden blood when he suddenly felt the battle shuttle tremble slightly and come to a stop. Yang Kai opened his eyes, got up and walked out. A moment later, he came to Yang Inflammation's side. "We're almost there, we'll use our star shuttle to fly the rest of the way." Yang Yangyun glanced over at him. Of course, Yang Kai had no objections. He had always been curious about where Yang Inflammation would go this time. Now that the answer was about to be revealed, he was naturally looking forward to it. The two of them exited the battle shuttle and Yang formed a few seals before the flying shark battle shuttle quickly shrank and was stored into her space ring. The two of them then summoned their star shuttles and flew forward. The more they flew forward, the more clearly Yang Kai could feel the rich fire attribute aura in the air. Gradually, his expression became strange as he fell into deep thought. 2 days later, when the horizon was dyed red and the ground beneath them was dried up, countless ravines and cracks crisscrossed the landscape, Yang Kai exclaimed, "Liu Yang Sandfield? The place you want to go is Liu Yang Sandfield?" Yang Kai naturally remembered this familiar scene clearly. On all of Shadowed Star, it was likely that only the area around Liu Yang Sandfield had such a harsh environment. However, as far as Yang Kai knew, even if he used a star shuttle, it would take him 2 to 3 months to travel from Liu Yang Sandfield to Heavenly Fate City, but this time, it only took him and Yang Inflammation 10 days to arrive. It was obvious how terrifying the speed of the flying shark battle shuttle was. Faced with Yang Kai's inquiry, Yang Inflammation didn't answer and instead stared blankly at the fiery red sky in front of her, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she was recalling something, but at the same time, there was also a trace of fear. As they approached, this expression became more and more obvious, as if she was afraid of something, her face turning slightly pale. Yang Kai stepped forward and gently held her hand. Yang Inflammation was startled and turned her head, but after seeing Yang Kai, she squeezed out a smile. "What are you doing here? Can you tell me now?" Yang Kai stared into her eyes. To confirm something, Yang Inflammation hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. "Oh, what is it that you need to confirm in Liu Yang Sandfield?" Yang Kai was surprised. The last time Liu Yang Sandfield opened, Yang Inflammation had completely disdained it and had no intention of following along, but now, several years after Liu Yang Sandfield closed, she had actually taken the initiative to come here. One had to know that there was no way to enter this place now unless one used a Star Emperor token to open the way. When Yang Kai had been stranded in Liu Yang Sandfield, he had used a Star Emperor token to open the way and return safely. Because of this, he had wasted a lot of time and suffered a lot. "Yang Kai, do you believe in reincarnation?" Yang Inflammation suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly. "Do you remember when I told you that all my knowledge of artifact refining and spirit arrays was innate? No one ever taught me these things, and in my memory, I don't have the concept of parents. It's as if I appeared in this world out of thin air." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more, not understanding what Yang Inflammation was trying to say, so he could only try to comfort her. "No one appears out of thin air. Perhaps you encountered something in the past that caused your memory to be somewhat incomplete. Perhaps." Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly but didn't argue further. While talking, the two arrived at the periphery of Liu Yang Sandfield's first layer flame area. Staring at the dark flame barrier, even though Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't help feeling somewhat apprehensive. The terrifying power radiating from this flame barrier was something that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have no choice but to die if they tried to break through. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when Yang Inflammation arrived here, the flames seemed to have become even more intense. "In my many years of dreamland, I often dreamed that I had become another person. This person rebukes the heavens and earth, covers the heavens with one hand, and is an overlord." Yang Inflammation stared ahead, not showing the slightest trace of panic, simply muttering to herself softly. "Do you think you are this person?" Yang Kai looked at her serious face and wanted to laugh but couldn't, faintly feeling that something was wrong. "I didn't think so before, but since the Emperor Garden appeared, these ethereal dreams have become more realistic. Sometimes, when I am meditating or refining something, these inexplicable scenes will appear. Combined with my experiences over the past few years, I can't help but think so," Yang Kai explained. "I've never thought so before." "You came here to prove this point." Yang Kai finally sorted out his thoughts and asked curiously, "How do you prove it? What's so special about this place?" "It's simple." Yang Inflammation smiled and her tender body flickered, instantly disappearing from where she stood and rushing straight towards Liu Yang Sand. It was unknown what kind of exquisite movement skill she used, but Yang Kai was unable to stop her. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he turned his head to look towards Liu Yang Sand, only to see Yang Inflammation's figure disappear into the flame barrier. Hurriedly taking out a Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was about to use its power to chase after her when the flame barrier suddenly roared and squirmed violently. An unimaginable resistance emerged from the other side and, like a giant invisible hand, pushed Yang Kai several thousand meters away. Yang Inflammation's intrusion was like sprinkling a handful of salt into hot oil, causing Liu Yang San's first layer flame area to thoroughly boil. The heavens and earth buzzed, and the already crimson-red sky became as red as blood. The crisscrossing ravines on the ground cracked open even wider, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't stand still, swaying unsteadily. Looking around, the world energy aura of Liu Yang San's first layer flame area had become completely chaotic. The fire attribute aura within 1,000 kilometers was madly gathering towards this place, reaching a density visible to the naked eye in an instant. Yang Kai stared blankly, his face pale. With such a violent gathering of energy, let alone a trivial Yang, even the most powerful master on Shadowed Star would not be able to resist it and would be crushed to pieces in an instant. But when he saw a graceful figure quietly standing in the air, his nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Yang Inflammation is actually fine. Although Yang Kai couldn't see her face or movements clearly, from the vague outline of her figure, he could infer that this woman seemed to be constantly forming hand seals. With her as the center, the surrounding fire attribute aura and the flames of the flowing flame sandfield's first layer flame area were all gathering towards her. The momentum was extremely shocking. Such a massive change in the heavens and earth naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even the cultivators who were tens of thousands of kilometers away could clearly feel it. For a time, many lights shot up into the sky and rushed towards Liu Yang Sand, wanting to see what was happening. Kai Yang stood in place, anxiously watching, his heart in turmoil, his thoughts in chaos. He never imagined that Yang Inflammation would be so bold as to rush into the flame area alone. What was he trying to prove that he was willing to risk his life? Yang Kai was both angry and anxious, but he was helpless. Every time Yang Kai tried to approach, he would be pushed back by a huge force. Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be powerless. Hong long long, a huge sound came from all directions, and the flames of Liu Yang San's first layer flame area were squirming and flowing, constantly converging towards Yang Inflammation, as if her side had become a bottomless hole that could accept any amount. As time passed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the flames of the first layer flame area were rapidly becoming thinner and thinner, and their power was greatly reduced. He could not help but be stunned. Half an hour later, Yang Inflammation's delicate body was clearly revealed, and the first layer flame area was almost gone. Yang Kai stood in place and watched. He saw Yang Inflammation with a solemn face, her eyes closed, her long black robes fluttering in the wind, and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She was holding a fiery red ring in her hands. The ring was about the size of a collar, but it exuded a terrifying fire attribute energy fluctuation. All the fire attribute aura and the flames of the flame area were pouring into the ring and being swallowed by it. Chapter 1389. Yang Kai had never seen this ring before and was certain that Yang Inflammation did not have such an artifact before. This artifact seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and Yang Kai was unable to identify its grade at a glance, which greatly surprised him. One had to know that even if it was an origin grade high-rank artifact, Yang Kai could still identify it with his eyesight, so could this ring be an origin king grade artifact? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was taken aback. After a short while, everything suddenly returned to normal and the changes in the surrounding area disappeared without a trace. However, the flowing flame sandfield's first layer flame area, which caused all cultivators on Shadowed Star to tremble in fear upon hearing its name, no longer existed. In its place, only a dry, dark red earth remained, a shocking sight to behold. Yang Inflammation slowly opened her eyes and Yang Kai was about to open his mouth to call out to her when he suddenly found a strange look in her beautiful eyes, causing him to freeze in place and stare at her with narrowed eyes. Yang Inflammation played with the ring in her hand for a moment before a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had just regained something precious and was extremely happy. Immediately, she stretched out her white arm and put the ring on her wrist. With a flash of light, the ring quickly shrank and fit perfectly on her white wrist. Yang Inflammation shook it happily as a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Yang Kai. Standing mid-air, she suddenly raised her head and called out. Yang Kai did not respond and instead stared at her more carefully because at this moment, Yang Inflammation, although her appearance had not changed, gave him a completely unfamiliar feeling, as if she had become a completely different person, which made him feel a little uneasy. Although he did not know why Yang Inflammation had undergone such a change, he was certain it was related to what had just happened. Compared to why the first layer flame area of Liu Yang Sandfield had disappeared, Yang Kai was more interested in what had happened to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation did not care about his silence and instead stroked her hair behind her ear and said softly, "I know who I am." "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked loudly. "I am one of Starfield's great emperors." A trace of pride flashed across Yang Inflammation's face as she raised her slender neck slightly, releasing a graceful and noble aura. This kind of temperament shouldn't have appeared on such a timid woman, but at this moment, it was incomparably natural, as if Yang was born with this temperament, causing others to involuntarily feel a sense of inferiority. Even an Origin King Realm Master did not necessarily have such a temperament. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he nodded lightly, his mouth twitching slightly before his figure and disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Inflammation. With a soft thump, Yang Inflammation exclaimed as she covered her forehead with both hands, her beautiful eyes filled with a layer of mist as she stared at Yang Kai aggrievedly. Her graceful and noble temperament seemed to have been instantly defeated by this finger and disappeared without a trace. "You're one of Starfield's great emperors, right?" Yang Kai grit his teeth as he looked at her, stretched out his hand, pinched Yang Inflammation's cheek, and pulled fiercely to the side. "What are you doing?" Yang Inflammation seemed to be dumbfounded as her mouth was pulled out of shape, making it difficult for her to speak clearly. "What do you think I'm doing?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he pulled even harder. "Let go of me." Yang Inflammation cried out as she glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "Hurry up and let go, don't think I won't dare to do anything to you. When my main body awakens, I'll make you pay. Wait for your main body to awaken, right?" Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and pinched the other side of Yang's face. In an instant, Yang's expression twisted, a look of both anger and amusement appearing on her face as she clawed at Yang Kai, a look of defiance and defiance. Yang Kai remained unmoved and continued to ravage her face. Yang Inflammation's tears flowed down her cheeks. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned his head and looked into the distance. At the same time, Yang Inflammation's movements also stopped. The two exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and disappeared. Under the investigation of the two's divine senses, countless people were rapidly approaching from all directions, apparently attracted by the changes in the world just now. About half a cup of tea's worth of time after Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation disappeared, more than a dozen different colored lights flew over from different directions. When they arrived at the periphery of Liu Yang's desert and saw the scene in front of them, all of them were dumbfounded. The flame area, which had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, had actually disappeared. These cultivators couldn't help rubbing their eyes to make sure they weren't seeing things. But what shocked them the most was that the first layer flame area had really disappeared. For a time, everyone was shocked and quickly took out their communication artifacts to send out messages. As time passed, more and more cultivator arrived, all of them looking around blankly. After over 100 cultivators had gathered here, everyone had a simple discussion and decided to explore further. After all, the first layer flame area had disappeared, which meant that the second layer treasure area was now unimpeded. If they entered, they might be able to obtain a great harvest. But to their disappointment, after several days of searching, none of them managed to find anything in the treasure area of the second layer. The spirit grasses and herbs that should have been here had all disappeared along with the flame area. No one knew where they had gone. While these people were breaking into the second layer treasure area, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had already reached the towering mountain range of the fourth layer. Being able to reach this place was not because Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token, but because Yang Inflammation had opened the way ahead. The third layer flame area was much more powerful than the first layer flame area, but when Yang Inflammation passed by, the heat waves and flames all parted on their own, as if they had a mind of their own, not daring to obstruct his path. The two of them went all the way and did not encounter any danger. Looking at the looming pavilion in the clouds, young Inflammation showed a trace of nostalgia. That is the ruins of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The ruins of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, turned to look at her and asked, "Does it have anything to do with you? You can say yes, but you can also say no." Young Inflammation frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "It is a sect that the great emperors of Starfield supported." "Aren't you one of the great emperors of Starfield?" Yang Kai's mouth slightly raised. Young Inflammation curled her lips. "I am me, and the great emperors of Starfield are the great emperors of Starfield. Although we are somewhat related, I cannot represent the great emperors." "Oh." Yang Kai became even more interested. He had never doubted Young Inflammation's words. After all, he had long suspected that Liu Yang Sand Field might be related to the great emperors of Starfield. Otherwise, he would not have found a Star Emperor token in the attic on the 6th floor. Young Inflammation was also unconscious when the Emperor Garden appeared, and when Yang Kai awakened her soul, he witnessed many incredible things in her knowledge sea. Now, she had easily led him into Liu Yang Sand Field. Combining all this information, Young Inflammation saying that she was one of the great emperors of Starfield was not too shocking. Even though he felt a little uneasy and hesitant, Yang Kai still chose to believe Young Inflammation. After a long silence, Young Inflammation said, "Have you heard of soul splits?" Yang Kai nodded. "I am a soul splits of the great emperors. For some reason, the great emperors are still asleep. All my artifact refining and spirit arrays are inherited from the great emperors." "Why would she be asleep?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He was not curious about this soul splits because he also had a soul splits, a secret technique he had obtained from the great demon god's golden blood. This soul splits had been forced by Gui Zhu to enter the space array he had constructed to investigate the situation on the floating continent. As a result, its Yuan Qi was severely injured and it was almost destroyed. However, after so many years of nourishment, this soul splits had long since recovered and was even stronger than before. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to find a vessel to use this soul splits. "She seems to be injured." Young Inflammation's words were shocking. "The great emperors can also be injured." Yang Kai was taken aback. "So what if she's the great emperors? She also has an enemy, and that enemy's strength is no weaker than hers." "I don't know the specific situation as the memories I inherited from the main body are somewhat incomplete. I only remembered them after arriving here, but after the battle between the two, the great emperors should have fallen into a deep sleep and it should have been tens of thousands of years since then." Young Inflammation slowly shook his head. "My strength is too low, so I don't know much. Only after my strength has improved will I be able to summon this information one by one." "What happened to that enemy?" Yang Kai asked. "He's probably dead," Yang Yang replied uncertainly. "Then this ring." Yang Kai looked at the red ring on her wrist thoughtfully. "One of the 3 blazing flame rings is an artifact of the great emperors, so I was able to collect it." Young Inflammation smiled lightly. The 3rd layer flame area and the 5th layer flame area were both transformed from the 3 blazing flame rings. "Unfortunately, my strength is not enough and I am unable to collect them for my own use for the time being. Even with the 1st ring, I can't display much of its power." Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had dared to ravage Young Inflammation before because he had been with Young Inflammation for so long, Yang Kai estimated that if the original bodies of the great emperors were here, he wouldn't even be able to move a muscle. The majesty of the great emperors was not something he could easily offend. On top of that, this so-called 3 blazing flame rings was just an artifact of the great emperors and had become a restricted area on Shadowed Star. Just how strong was the divine technique of the great emperors themselves? Such a person had actually been injured, so who was her enemy? What made Yang Kai feel even more incredulous was that the great emperors, whose name had spread throughout Shadowed Star's territory, was actually a woman. If this kind of secret were to spread out, it would likely cause countless men to die of shame. But as a result, Kai Yang suddenly understood. No wonder when the Liu Yang Sand Field closed, a jade white palm belonging to a woman appeared. In the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai saw this jade white palm for the second time. Thinking about it this way, it should be a secret technique left behind by the great emperors. After all, whether it was the Liu Yang Sandfield or the Emperor Garden, strictly speaking, both belonged to the great emperors. With the divine technique of the great emperors, it was not surprising that they could accomplish this. Chapter 1390. Although Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil and his mood was chaotic, he remained extremely calm on the surface. While chatting with Yang, he inquired about all kinds of information about the great emperors. After all, Yang's memories were slowly recovering, and as a sole clone of one of the great emperors, she must be somewhat flustered. If Yang Kai did not maintain his calm, it would only make things worse. The only thing that Yang Kai could not understand was why the great emperors chose to sleep on Shadowed Star. Did the world principles here that prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with her? After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the location where the great emperors were sleeping was actually inside the Emperor Garden. This reminded him of something. Fei Ji too once said that he had found a jade coffin in a certain palace in the Emperor Garden. Inside that jade coffin was a person who appeared to be a woman. Fei Ji too and the others had triggered the spirit array near the jade coffin at that time, allowing Yang Kai, Chen Tong, and the others to escape. So, the woman lying inside the jade coffin was the true body of one of the great emperors? Such a terrifying master was actually sleeping on this isolated and backward shadowed star. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic. While pondering, Yang Kai secretly glanced at Yang, unable to connect her with the great emperors of Starfield who were famous throughout Star Territory. Let's go. Yang stared at the supreme profound sect ruins in the clouds for a long time before saying with waning interest, "Don't you want to go in and take a look?" No. Yang slowly shook her head before lightly stepping forward. "Where are we going now?" Yang Kai asked puzzledly. "I'm going to the 6th floor to retrieve something." Yang Yun smiled and did not explain further. The 6th floor. Wasn't that where the attic was located? Back then, he had found the 10,000-year incense there. From the looks of it, the 10,000-year incense was probably something owned by the great emperors back then. In other words, it was the Yang inflammation. Yang Kai sniffled. There was nothing awkward about it. After all, to him, Yang inflammation was basically his, so there was no need to be too distant. The speed of the two was not fast, but with Yang inflammation leading the way, any danger in this Liu Yang sandy ground was avoided. The two of them quickly arrived at the 5th layer of the flame area. Just like when he had passed through the 3rd level, the omnipresent heatwave seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically parted to the sides, revealing a path that led directly to the 6th level. A soft cry came from Yang Kai's body as the Firebird artifact spirit appeared on its own. Flapping its wings, it hovered above Yang Kai's head and transmitted a vague message. Yang Kai smiled lightly, understanding its intentions, but he didn't stop it, instead just waving his hand and letting it do as it pleased. The artifact spirit cried out happily and immediately turned into a flame, flying off into the distance and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction it was heading, it was surprisingly heading towards the location of the Earth-Lung Fire Vein. The Earth-Lung Fire Vein was the birthplace of this artifact spirit. Although it had stayed there for tens of thousands of years, due to the limitations of its growth, it could not continue to absorb more power from the Earth-Lung Fire Vein. But now, it was different from before. After being baptized and integrated with several wisps of Sun's true fire, the Firebird artifact spirit was much stronger than when Yang Kai first obtained it. Now that it wanted to go to the Earth-Lung Fire Vein, it obviously wanted to devour the pure fire energy there to strengthen itself. How could Yang Kai stop such a good thing? After half a day, the two of them passed through the 5th layer flame area and arrived in front of the exquisite loft hidden in the bamboo forest. Looking at this simple loft, Yang's beautiful eyes flashed with nostalgia, as if she was reminiscing about something. Yang Kai did not say anything to disturb her and instead came to a stop in front of the bamboo forest. These bamboos were extremely hard. Yang Kai had spent half a year here in the past but only managed to cut down 20 of them with his space blade. Now, the cutting marks were as fresh as new, and everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in his mind. This is black golden bamboo. Although it is an excellent material for refining sword-type artifacts, compared to its other function, it is not worth mentioning, so don't touch it. Yang Yang's voice came from not far away. Its other function? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He had experienced the hardness of this bamboo and naturally knew that it was not an ordinary artifact refining material. After black golden bamboo blooms, the black golden bamboo rice it produces is the purest source of energy in the world and can be consumed by any cultivator, allowing them to improve their cultivation without any side effects. Yang Kai's expression froze. Is there such a thing? Why would I lie to you? Yang Yang shot him a disdainful look. Then when will it bloom and produce black golden bamboo rice? Yang Kai asked impatiently. Soon, probably within 10 or 20 years, Yang Yang smiled, naturally knowing what he was thinking. 10 or 20 years. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. Who knew what would happen 10 or 20 years from now? Perhaps by that time, he would no longer be on Shadowed Star. Chuckling lightly, Yang Yang no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and stepped into the loft. Yang Kai sighed bitterly and hurriedly followed. After entering the first floor of the loft, the first thing that caught his eye was a picture scroll hanging right in front of him. There was no other pattern on this picture scroll, only the back of a woman. When Yang Kai first came here, he had also studied this picture scroll, but no matter how he probed it, he could not find anything special about it. This picture scroll seemed to be a common item in the market and did not give off any energy fluctuations. At that time, Yang Kai only felt that this back was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Now that he looked at it again, he suddenly understood. This back was exactly the same as Yang Yang's. It was just that because Yang Yang always wore a large black robe all year round, Yang Kai had never thought of it. But at this moment, Yang Yang was standing in front of the picture scroll and staring at it blankly, so when he compared the two, he naturally understood what was going on at a glance. Just as he was thinking this, the picture scroll seemed to be blown by a breeze and swayed slightly, followed by an incredible scene. The back of the woman in the picture actually slowly turned around and stared straight at Yang Yang with a smile on her face. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement and was stunned for a moment. After the woman in the picture turned around, Yang Yang's appearance was clearly the same as Yang Yang's. The only difference was that the two of them were wearing different clothes at this moment. Yang Yang was wearing a black robe while the woman in the picture was wearing a white robe, giving her a pure and beautiful appearance. This strange scene looked as if Yang Yang was standing in front of a mirror, making Yang Kai's hair stand on end. What shocked him even more was that the woman in the picture actually glanced at him, as if she had her own life and consciousness. If Yang Kai had a little doubt about Yang Yang's identity before, then at this moment, all of his doubts were gone. Not to mention anything else, just the strangeness of this picture scroll made Yang Kai unable to speculate. One person, one portrait, stared at each other for a long time before Yang Yang suddenly sighed softly. Since I have awakened, you don't have to stay here. Come out, you have worked hard these past few years. I am you and you are me, why be so estranged? A voice identical to Yang Yang's came out from the picture scroll. Immediately, the woman in the picture smiled and with a shake of her tender body, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Yang Yang's head. Yang Yang's tender body trembled and a trace of pain appeared on her face, but she soon calmed down and closed her eyes, seemingly sensing something. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her. On this trip to the Liu Yang desert with Yang Yang, everything he saw and heard was beyond his scope of understanding. The methods of the great emperors were not something a cultivator of his level could come into contact with. After the portrait of the great emperor disappeared, the painting began to burn without any fire. In a flash, it disappeared from this world. Yang Yang was still sensing with her eyes closed, and Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her, just waiting quietly to the side. About 2 hours later, Yang Yang suddenly exhaled softly, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, turned around, and smiled at Yang Kai. Although he still couldn't see through Yang Yang's cultivation, Yang Kai felt that after receiving the portrait, Yang Yang's aura had changed and seemed to have become stronger. This is a hidden chess piece left behind by the great emperors. If I hadn't appeared in time, she would have played a role, Yang Yang explained softly. What role? The role of awakening the great emperors. Yang Yang replied slowly, you should be glad you aren't a woman. If you were, your body would have already been possessed when you entered this place. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, speechless, but soon he became suspicious again. You mean, you're now shouldering the task of awakening the great emperors? Yes, Yang Yang nodded. How do I awaken them? Wait for the Emperor Garden to open and then go inside. Yang Yang looked up in the direction of the Emperor Garden, but unfortunately, this was the Liuyang Desert and the sky was covered by the heat, so it was impossible to see what was outside. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. This matter is over, let's go back, Yang Yang said with satisfaction. Good, wait a moment, Yang Kai nodded, at the same time sending out an order in his mind before standing in place and waiting. A moment later, a streak of fiery light flew over from afar. It was the Firebird artifact spirit that had left Yang Kai before. In the blink of an eye, the artifact spirit rushed in front of Yang Kai, its body covered in raging flames. It seemed that although it hadn't been there for long, the artifact spirit had still obtained many benefits from the Earthlung fire vein. After being summoned back by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit still seemed somewhat reluctant to part with him and kept chirping. Yang Kai waved his hand and the artifact spirit obediently entered his body. Only then did the two walk out side by side. In order to avoid being seen, the two of them were extremely careful when they went out. Fortunately, the appearance of the Emperor Garden had attracted the attention of most cultivator, so there weren't too many people who rushed to the Liuyang Desert to investigate the situation. After concealing themselves for a while, the two of them finally left the Liuyang Desert unscathed. After leaving this forbidden zone, Yang Yang immediately summoned his flying shark battle shuttle and flew off in the direction of Heavenly Fate City. Chapter 1391. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. On this day, 1,000 kilometers outside of Heavenly Fate City, the figures of a man and a woman appeared. The man had a tall stature while the woman wore a black robe. Naturally, these two were Yang Kai and Yang Yang. After leaving Liuyang's desert, Yang Yang had the flying shark battle shuttle travel through space again. Unfortunately, although the distance this time had not changed, the destination was not satisfactory, causing the two of them to spend a few more days returning. However, this did not matter. In any case, the Emperor Garden was still some time away, so there was no need to rush. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Emperor Garden was floating above Dragon Cave Mountain, allowing it to be so close to Heavenly Fate City. This was not a coincidence, nor was it because Dragon Cave Mountain had good luck, but because Yang Yang had been there at the time. The Emperor Garden was the courtyard of the Great Emperors, where the true bodies of the Great Emperors slept, so naturally, it was inextricably linked to Yang Yang, so it was not difficult to explain why it was floating directly above Dragon Cave Mountain. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's conjecture and he had not confirmed it with Yang Yang, but it should not be far from the truth. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and looked up, only to find that the sky in front of him was filled with flashing multicolored lights. Faintly, there seemed to be a strong energy fluctuation coming from them. Yang Yang's figure came to a halt as he and Yang Yang glanced at each other in amazement, their faces immediately becoming gloomy. Looking at the situation over there, it seemed that some kind of battle was taking place, and the location of this battle was actually near Dragon Cave Mountain. Could it be that after he and Yang Yang had only left for a little over a month, someone had already attacked Dragon Cave Mountain? Realizing this, Yang Kai sent out his divine sense and urged his star shuttle to rush over at full speed, Yang Yang naturally following closely behind. Yang Kai's guess was correct. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain was indeed under siege, and the one leading this attack was the Xie family, who had many grievances with Yang Kai. Because Lu Yi had moved into the Xie family, Yang Kai had been busy with many things recently, so he had not taken the time to deal with his grievances with the Xie family, but now, the other side had actually taken the initiative. At this moment, in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, his face gloomy, his eyes filled with anger, was staring at the flashing lights inside Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, the anger in his heart. Xie Li. The Xie family's strongest master was now a second-order origin returning realm master who held a high position in Shadow Moon Hall, but for this operation, he had not hesitated to leave Shadow Moon Hall in order to avenge the death of Xie Hongwen. It was no secret that Xie Hongwen had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Although no one had revealed it, before Xie Hongwen entered Liu Yang's desert, he had planted a kind of secret technique on his body that Yang Kai had killed. Even if no one knew, this secret technique had been transferred to Xie Hongwen's body. After that, the Xie family's people only needed to do a little investigation to determine who the murderer was. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had Qian Tong as his backer, so Xie Li could only wait for an opportunity to strike. An opportunity soon came. When Qian Tong disappeared last time, Xie Li naturally wanted to take revenge, so he secretly instructed his subordinates in Heavenly Fate City to seize Dragon Cave Mountain's Saint Crystal and seize its cultivator in an attempt to lure out Yang Kai. This plan was very successful and flawless, but who could have known that Yang Kai's strength was so amazing that he single-handedly broke into Heavenly Fate City and killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xie family in front of everyone's eyes. Then, Fei Ji too intervened and allowed Yang Kai to leave. After that, Qian Tong returned safely, so Xie Li could only give up for the time being. However, what Xie Li did not expect was that Qian Tong would say that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This made Xie Li overjoyed, but also extremely vigilant, thinking that Qian Tong was trying to lure the snake out of its hole by retreating in order to advance. However, after asking around, Xie Li learned that it was actually Yang Kai himself who had made the request and that Qian Tong was only cooperating with him. Courting death. Xie Li was overjoyed. Without Qian Tong and the support of Shadow Moon Hall, how could a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain withstand the bombardment of the Xie family's disciples? As far as Xie Li knew, there were only 2 origin-returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, and one of them was a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago. There was even one time when Xie Li could not wait to rush to Dragon Cave Mountain in person, wanting to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but after seeing Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Xie Li realized that he had underestimated this place. He could not see the slightest flaw in this mountain defending array and had sent many of his family's disciples to investigate it, but none of them had succeeded and had even suffered a great deal of losses. Originally, Xie Li planned to ask the Cai family and Du family, who were proficient in spirit arrays, to break Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, but to his surprise, the Cai family's patriarch refused his invitation and even returned the reward he had offered. After inquiring about it, Xie Li learned that Yang Kai had once saved the lives of Cai He and Du Sai Sai of the Cai family, so when they heard that someone wanted to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, the 2 of them naturally tried their best to stop him. As rising stars of their families, they naturally had some authority, so it was only under the interference of these 2 that the Cai family and Du family refused Xie Li's invitation, much to his annoyance. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Dragon Cave Mountain, relying on the mysteries of its mountain defending array, didn't put the world's heroes in its eyes and acted extremely arrogantly, first offending Sea Heart Sect, a great force from the limitless ocean, then offending Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple. On top of that, Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, had said that he and Yang Kai were like fire and water, a deep grudge between them. With these forces joining forces, Xie Li's confidence soared. Feeling that Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely die without a burial this time, Xie Li immediately gathered the elites of his family and ordered them to leave Shadow Moon Hall and begin attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. This time, there were more than 30 origin-returning realm masters. Although there were no third-order origin-returning realm masters, and Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple did not blatantly cooperate, only secretly sending some masters to help, Xie Li was still very satisfied. In any case, it was certain that there were no masters in Dragon Cave Mountain. They were only relying on the protection of this mountain defending array. As long as this spirit array was broken, the people inside would be at his mercy. Whenever he thought of Yang Kai kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Xie Li felt a burst of joy. The saddest thing in this world was to send off one's own child. When he learned that Xie Hongwen had died in the Liu Yang desert, only the heavens knew how sad he had been. After investigating and discovering that Yang Kai was the murderer, Xie Li had been unable to sleep or eat in peace for the past few years whenever he thought about how Yang Kai was still free and unfettered in this world. Unable to cultivate, Xie Li had practically become his heart demon. Although he was no longer young, Xie Li's violent temper had not changed in the slightest over the years. Of course, he had to avenge his son's death, but he also had to plunder Dragon Cave Mountain's wealth. The amazing heritage Dragon Cave Mountain had displayed in recent years was extremely tempting. The materials purchased from Shadow Moon Hall alone were worth hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals. Xie Li even suspected that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode under Dragon Cave Mountain. Otherwise, how could they have obtained so many Saint Crystals? On top of that, if this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was successful, the Xie family would have the lion's share of the benefits. Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple had already announced that they would not ask for anything else but the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands. As for who would obtain it in the end, these two forces would discuss it carefully and there was no need for the Xie family to worry about it. With such good conditions, Xie Li naturally agreed without hesitation. The conditions put forward by Flowing Cloud Valley were even stranger. Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, only wanted Yang Kai's body and nothing else. What could the body of a Saint King Realm cultivator do? Although Xie Li did not understand, it was not convenient for him to ask. On the other hand, Lu Yi was a person worth being wary of. Every time he saw this young man, Xie Li always felt a faint uneasiness, as if he was not facing a Saint King Realm Junior, but rather a poisonous snake hiding its fang. What made Xie Li feel even more strange was that Lu Yi had gathered more than a dozen Origin Returning Realm cultivator subordinates. Although all of them were from the First Order Origin Returning Realm, Flowing Cloud Valley was just a small force and did not have so many Origin Returning Realm Masters. These Origin Returning Realm Masters also gave Xie Li a strange feeling. Xie Li once happened to bump into a few of them talking to Lu Yi, and when these Origin Returning Realm Masters faced Lu Yi, they were all extremely respectful, their expressions filled with awe and fear, as if they were slaves facing their master who controlled their lives. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Xie Li's mind, but he slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about them. Instead, he issued orders, directing the forces gathered together to bombard a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain-defending array. Since it was impossible to invite an outstanding array master to help, Yang Kai could only use a crude method. He believed that at some point, this spirit array would be broken. Moreover, this method satisfied Xie Li even more. He really wanted to see what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when this spirit array was broken and Dragon Cave Mountain was exposed in front of him, allowing him to crush it. It had been 2 days since the spontaneous attack began. During these 2 days, the more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters were already panting from exhaustion, not to mention the Saint King Realm Masters. They had consumed countless Saint Crystals and pills to supplement their Saint Chi. This mountain-protecting Grand Array was much stronger than Xie Li had imagined. After 2 days of fierce attacks, it had only caused the light curtain's color to fade a little. It hadn't reached the point where it could be broken. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, there was also no sign of any counterattack, as if everyone inside had died. A variety of artifacts of different shapes and sizes bloomed with colorful lights and unleashed their full power, attacking a certain part of the light curtain one after another. All the cultivators present were secretly shocked, but at the same time, they couldn't help but hold back their anger. They had never seen such a sturdy array formation before. It was best to describe it as impregnable. All of a sudden, the clouds and mist behind the grand formation roiled, and several figures appeared from within. Xie Li raised his brow and raised his hand, motioning for everyone to stop. In the next moment, everyone put away their artifacts and looked towards the source of the sound, only to see 2 picturesque women standing side by side. Behind these 2 women were 3 old men, all of whom, judging from their auras, were First Order Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Chapter 1392. Xie Li's eyes were cold as he swept his eyes over the 2 women in front of him, a sneer appearing on his face. On the other hand, most of the cultivators' eyes were filled with malicious intent. Some of the more lecherous ones were even leering at the two women, gazing at their beautiful figures, as if they were already in the bag and only needed to wait for the spirit array to be broken before they could seize them and humiliate them wantonly. The two women looked indifferent, not showing the slightest fear. Xie Li recognized the identities of these two women at a glance. In order to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, he had naturally investigated the details of this place. One of the two women was called Wu Yi, a disciple of the local haiku family who later left her family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. The other was called Chen Yu, who seemed to have been brought back by Yang Kai from somewhere. Their cultivations were not worth mentioning. A second-order Saint King and a first-order Saint King were not enough to enter Xie Li's eyes. As for the three old men standing behind them, two of them were definitely Chang Qi and Hao An. These two were also foreign elders of the haiku family. During Liu Yang's trip to the desert, these two had actually obtained some kind of opportunity that allowed them to break through to the origin returning realm and later join Dragon Cave Mountain. As for the last person, Xie Li glanced over suspiciously, but after seeing the other party's face, he asked in surprise, "Brother Ning, why are you here?" This white-haired old man was none other than Ning Xiongchen, who had gone to the Emperor Garden with Yang Kai. After returning from the Emperor Garden last time and receiving Yang Kai's promise, Ning Xiongchen had been collecting artifact refining materials in order to come to Dragon Cave Mountain to borrow Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin grade artifact. It was not easy for Ning Xiongchen to gather so many materials. Ning Xiongchen had hurriedly rushed here, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had not yet returned? In desperation, Ning Xiongchen could only temporarily wait inside the mountain. Before he had even warmed his seat, the Xie family had already begun attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. Ning Xiongchen fell into an awkward situation for a while. It was not appropriate to continue staying here. Once Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was broken, he would definitely be caught in the crossfire. Leaving now was also not an option, as that would appear too heartless. If that happened, he would not be able to find Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin grade artifact. Ning Xiongchen's face. He was in a dilemma. He didn't belong to any sect. He didn't have a clan, either. He had relied on himself to cultivate to his current level. Every step he took was filled with obstacles. He had escaped death countless times. The path of cultivation was full of thorns. When Master Grimm of the Shadow Moon Hall was still alive, if an artifact was damaged, it would be repaired by Grandmaster Green. The Grandmaster was approachable and easy to talk to. Over the years, Ning Xiongchen had received a lot of care from the Grandmaster. But other than Master Green, he no longer knew any other origin grade artifact refiners. Otherwise, how could he have asked Yang Kai for help? Ning Xiongchen stayed on Dragon Cave Mountain for 2 days uneasily while the cultivator outside bombarded the mountain for 2 days, but during these 2 days, he discovered something very strange. That was, the cultivator inside Dragon Cave Mountain, even in the face of heavy encirclement, did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they continued to carry out their duties, busying themselves with their cultivation, as if the movements and enemies outside did not exist. If one or two cultivator behaved like this, it could be explained away as having good mental fortitude, but if everyone behaved like this, it was a bit strange. This was especially true for the leaders, Wu Yi and Chen Yu. These two women were calmer than anyone else these days, even drinking tea and chatting happily from time to time. Did they not know how to write the word death? Ning Xiongchen was both shocked and impressed. Compared with his anxious mood, the performance of these juniors couldn't be any better. The mountain defending array of Dragon Cave Mountain, after being attacked by more than 30 origin returning realm masters and more than 200 Saint Kings for 2 days, was actually still impregnable. This was what truly impressed Ning Xiongchen. This small mountain was not simple. Just this protective mountain array alone was not something that an ordinary person could set up. Recalling the many performances of Yang Kai in the Emperor Garden, Ning Xiongchen grit his teeth and decided to take a risk. That was to stay and fight side by side with Dragon Cave Mountain. All kinds of signs indicated that this small mountain was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. It was very likely that it was hiding some kind of powerful trump card that could save them from danger. Of course, Ning Xiongchen making this choice was not because of a sense of chivalry, but rather a gamble he had made after careful consideration. Ning Xiongchen was betting that Dragon Cave Mountain would survive this current crisis. Once it did, he would be able to legitimately borrow the Firebird artifact spirit from Yang Kai. Otherwise, if he owed him a favor, Ning Xiongchen would feel uneasy. At this moment, following Wu Yi and Qian Yu out to meet the enemy was Ning Xiongchen's own request. Hearing Xie Li's question, Ning Xiongchen chuckled, "Brother Xie, long time no see. I heard Brother Xie left Shadow Moon Hall? Why ask when you already know the answer, Brother Ning?" Xie Li coldly snorted. The other party was just a cultivator without any sect, so even if he was an origin returning realm master, Xie Li didn't put him in his eyes. It was just that the two of them had known each other for a long time, so they had exchanged a few words. Since Brother Ning is here, this Xie has a proposal that I wonder if Brother Ning would consider. Oh, what kind of proposal does Brother Xie have? Ning Xiongchen frowned. Xie Li's eyes swept over Qian Yu and Wu Yi before sending a divine sense message. "Brother Ning, you can also see the current situation. Facing the joint forces of so many friends, this little mountain is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once the spirit array is broken, Dragon Cave Mountain will be a fish on the chopping block. I don't know what benefits Dragon Cave Mountain has offered you, but this Xie is willing to pay double the price as long as you can capture these two women and hand them over to me. With Brother Ning's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to accomplish this, right?" Ning Xiongchen raised an eyebrow, revealing a faint smile as he said in a clear voice, "Brother Xie, although this Ning doesn't belong to any sect and is nothing more than a straggler, I still know what integrity is and what loyalty is. Sneak attacking two juniors from behind is inappropriate. If this Ning were to do such a disgraceful thing, I fear that in the future there would be no place for me to stay in this world." Hearing Ning Xiongchen's words, Xie Li's face sank. The other party had not quietly sent a divine sense message to him and had instead directly stated his proposal in front of everyone, obviously not giving him any face, causing Xie Li to feel annoyed. Ning Xiongchen continued leisurely, "What's more, Brother Xie doesn't need to exaggerate. Although there are many people who have come here to cause trouble, breaking this spirit array is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. This matter is this old master's own idea. No one has offered me any benefits, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Xie." Originally, when they saw Xie Li quietly send a divine sense message to Ning Xiongchen, Wu Yi and Qian Yu's expressions were a little nervous, fearing Xie Li would use some kind of method to win him over. After all, they were not familiar with Ning Xiongchen, so when they heard him say this, they couldn't help relaxing and showing looks of gratitude. Chang Chi even laughed and patted Ning Xiongchen on the shoulder. "Brother Ning, you'll be glad you made this choice." Howen also had a smile on his face, suddenly feeling that Ning Xiongchen, this old man, was a lot friendlier. "I hope so." Ning Xiongchen remained calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was beating rapidly. He had made such a choice because he couldn't stand Xie Li and the others bullying the weak. Now that he had torn all pretenses with Xie Li, if Dragon Cave Mountain really fell, he wouldn't have any good consequences. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled calmly, but at the same time, her expression was somewhat unfathomable as she said, "Senior Xie, and fellow seniors, my Dragon Cave Mountain has no grievance or grudge with you, so why do you insist on forcing us?" "No grievance or grudge?" Xie Li heard this and grinned. "If there really was no grievance or grudge between us, did you think we would attack a small mountain with nothing better to do? This old master won't bicker too much with a junior like you. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, you'd better withdraw this mountain-defending array and avoid some physical pain, otherwise. Wu Yi raised her head slightly and stared at Xie Li with her beautiful eyes, not showing the slightest timidity. Xie Li coldly snorted, "Once this spirit array is broken, I'll skin all of you alive." Senior's tone is quite bold. "Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue?" Wu Yi still smiled calmly, but her words were filled with sarcasm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she swept her eyes over the many enemies who were glaring at her and shouted, "Since that's the case, Junior will also advise seniors to leave now." If you leave now, my Dragon Cave Mountain can let bygones be bygones and pretend this incident never happened, but if you insist on remaining stubborn, don't blame my Dragon Cave Mountain for being ruthless." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many of the Origin returning realm masters who had come to help stared at Wu Yi like she was an idiot, their hearts filled with anger. Originally, after attacking for 2 days and still failing to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses, all of them were already feeling depressed, but now hearing Wu Yi's shameless boasting, all of them couldn't help seething with anger. Any cultivator who had come here to attack Dragon Cave Mountain had either an ulterior motive or had a grudge against Yang Kai, so how could they be scared away by Wu Yi's arrogant words of 1 to 2? Not only that, these words only served to further stimulate their resolve. Immediately, some of the more hot-tempered cultivators activated their artifacts or released their martial skills to attack Wu Yi. Hong long long. A loud bang rang out as the light curtain of the mountain defending array in front of Wu Yi flashed wildly, blocking all these attacks. Wu Yi's face became cold as she glared at the cultivator who had attacked her and coldly declared, "Since all of you insist on remaining stubborn, let's wait and see. I hope you won't regret today's decision." Saying so, she waved her hand and a thick layer of cloud appeared from all directions, engulfing Wu Yi and the others, causing them to disappear from the sight of the many enemies. That arrogant little girl, when this old master catches her, he'll let her know what it means to wish for death. An old Origin returning realm master sitting cross-legged atop a huge toad-like monster beast glared fiercely in the direction Wu Yi disappeared and gnashed his teeth. This old man was extremely ugly, with triangular eyes, a sunken nose, a bald head, and a face full of lumps. His short stature complemented the toad-like monster beast he was sitting on. Chapter 1393. Needless to say, this old man was from Myriad Beast Mountain. Although these people from Myriad Beast Mountain weren't wearing their sect's robes in order to facilitate their movements, as long as one had a discerning eye, they would be able to see their origins because their main method of attack was to control their monster beast. Such an obvious style was impossible to conceal. The jade blood toad this old man was riding was a powerful 9th order monster beast, and coupled with the secret art this old man cultivated, he was strong enough to compete with a 2nd order Origin returning realm cultivator. However, those who knew this old man well knew that he was not only ugly, but also extremely twisted and lustful. He liked to torture beautiful women to death in order to experience the perverted pleasure of doing so. If Wu Yi really fell into his hands, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Heh, those 2 girls are quite strong. If they were handed over to this old master, he would be able to turn them into 2 good blood slave. On the other side, a middle-aged man covered in blood-red light grinned wickedly. A cultivator capable of turning blood slaves was undoubtedly from Demon Blood Temple. Talking is useless, we should all work together to break this spirit array. Xie Li showed a displeased look as he faintly reminded them. Now that this group of people had been intercepted in front of the spirit array and couldn't even break through the first layer of defense, what was the point of talking about anything else? The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain grinned. This old master didn't want to use this trick, but since that little girl is determined to die, this old master can only fulfill her wish, heh. Saying so, his expression suddenly became solemn as he pushed his Saint Chi. At the same time, the jade blood toad he was riding also puffed up its cheeks and let out a low croak. In an instant, the surrounding Yuan Chi became turbulent and began converging towards this old man. Xie Li's eyes lit up as he stared at the old man's movements, smiling as he asked, "Is old Du planning to use his blood toad poison smoke?" Hearing what he said, the other Origin returning realm masters all showed looks of shock as they turned to look at old Du. The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain coldly snorted, "The blood toad poison smoke is my treasure's specialty, but it can only be used once. This old master has thrown out a brick to attract jade, I hope all friends here won't hold back." With that said, the old man suddenly opened his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood arrow was like a snake fanged as it flew towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. At the same time, the jade blood toad's cheeks bulged. A mouthful of pitch-black, ink-like venom was spat out from its mouth. It wrapped around the blood arrow first, even though it was released later. The fusion between the two was tumbling. In the blink of an eye, some unknown changes took place. The venom and blood arrows turned into a black mist in the blink of an eye and bombarded the light screen of the formation. Whoosh! The sound of corrosion could be heard. On the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, light flickered as a large gap was melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could actually allow one person to pass through at a time. Although this gap was quickly repaired, it still showed how powerful this attack was. Previously, after 2 days of frenzied attacks, no one was able to break a hole in the formation with one strike. However, this old man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain did it. Even if this gap was repaired, it didn't matter as this blow was enough to consume a large amount of the mountain defending array's aura. If this old man continued to attack it a few more times, he might really be able to break it. After using this attack, the old man's face became slightly pale and the jade blood toad he was riding also became slightly withered. The old man didn't say a word as he simply took out a jade bottle from his space ring, poured out a blood-red pill, and tossed it forward. The jade blood toad flicked its scarlet tongue and swallowed this pill, its green eyes flashing a look of enjoyment. This blood-red pill was undoubtedly a great supplement for the jade blood toad. Old Du's methods are good, Xieli laughed. He was secretly shocked but also overjoyed, since that's the case, this Xie won't hold back. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly summoned a small dagger-like artifact. This artifact shone with a silver luster and was filled with spirituality. White rainbow dagger. When the old man saw this dagger, he suddenly exclaimed, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he muttered, I didn't expect that this spirit array breaking artifact would be obtained by Brother Xie. Brother Xie's opportunities are not small. The other Origin returning realm masters also stared at this white rainbow dagger with greedy looks, seemingly having a great origin. Xie Li chuckled and said lightly, it's not an opportunity, I just happened to obtain it. Saying so, he began pouring his Saint Qi into the white rainbow dagger with a solemn expression. How could the others believe his words? As far as everyone knew, this white rainbow dagger was an artifact specifically used to break spirit arrays and barriers, and its grade was extremely high, reaching the Origin grade mid-rank. Such a grade might not be much in the territory of the Star Territory, but on Shadowed Star, it was extremely valuable. After all, the rarer an object was, the more valuable it was. Moreover, this white rainbow dagger should be a family heirloom of some small family. As for why it had fallen into Xie Li's hands, no one knew. It was likely that Xie Li had used some kind of method to snatch this white rainbow dagger from that small family. However, this had nothing to do with them, so although everyone disdained Xie Li's character, none of them said anything. During this moment, Xie Li activated the white rainbow dagger and the small dagger transformed into a white rainbow in front of him before disappearing in a flash. When it reappeared in the next moment, it had strangely appeared inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. With a whoosh, the white rainbow dagger flew out from inside and penetrated the spirit array without any hindrance. Although it seemed to have no effect, everyone understood that the spirituality of this spirit array had been greatly worn away. The reason why the white rainbow dagger was called an array-breaking artifact was because it contained some of the mysteries of space, allowing it to break through the barriers of space and attack directly from inside the spirit array. Such an artifact was impossible to refine with the current level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star, so it was a treasure left behind from ancient times. Sure enough, after Xie Li activated the white rainbow dagger a few times, the light of the mountain defending array dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Demon Blood Temple, Sea Heart Sect, and the other Origin returning realm masters recruited by Lu Yi all rubbed their palms together and used methods they normally wouldn't use lightly to attack the mountain defending array. No cultivator who had broken through to the Origin returning realm was weak. All of them had experienced countless life or death battles, tempering themselves through countless adventures, so it was only natural for them to have some hidden treasures and methods. If they didn't use these treasures and methods now, when would they? More than 30 Origin returning realm masters attacking together was a spectacular scene. Even if a third-order Origin returning realm master were to come here, they would have no choice but to retreat. Seeing this, the other Saint Kings also joined in to help, and for a time, the morale of the allied forces soared. Under such a fierce attack, the mountain defending array began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment, a scene that made everyone even more excited. At the same time, in Heavenly Fate City, 50 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were sitting opposite each other in a loft, both of them holding wine glasses in their hands and raising them to their lips, but both of them seemed to be lost in thought, forgetting to drink. Behind Qian Tong, Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er stood with anxious looks on their faces. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations coming from Dragon Cave Mountain, Wei Guchang finally couldn't bear it and said, "Elder, let this disciple go." Although Dong Xian'er didn't say anything, anyone could see the anxiety and worry in her beautiful eyes. Qian Tong smiled lightly, put down the wineglass in his hand, and glanced at Wei Guchang. "What can you do if you go? Although this disciple has only broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago, he can still help Brother Yang. It's better than just watching from the sidelines," Wei Guchang said in a deep voice. Qian Tong raised his brow and said with a faint smile, "Do you think it's improper for this old master to just sit back and drink and be merry? Disciple wouldn't dare. If you think so, then admit it. What's there to be afraid of?" Qian Tong didn't care. Wei Guchang's face struggled for a moment before becoming firm as he cupped his fists and said, "Then this disciple asks Elder to forgive this disciple's disrespect." "Yen, speak," Qian Tong gently nodded. "Elder, even without mentioning Brother Yang's life-saving grace to this disciple and Xian'er, he was willing to take the risk of entering the Emperor Garden to rescue Elder last time. Elder should not just sit back and watch. Who does Xie Li think he is?" In order to deal with Brother Yang, he announced that he would leave Shadow Moon Hall. Is Shadow Moon Hall a place he can come and go as he pleases? As for the dead Xie Hongwen, MPH, everyone knows what kind of person he is. Even if Brother Yang did not kill him, this disciple would one day kill him. This disciple asks Elder to give the order for this disciple and Xian'er to go and kill Xie Li. Even if Xian'er and I are only first-order cultivators, killing Xie Li will be as easy as lifting our hands. Arrogant. Although Qian Tong scolded, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't think Wei Guchang was spouting nonsense and instead acknowledged his strength. "Then tell this old master, why do you want to kill Xie Li? Is it just because he left Shadow Moon Hall without permission? Isn't that reason enough? Even so, the hall has its own law enforcement hall, it's not up to you to intervene." "But, I know you don't have many friends, Yang Kai is one of them, so naturally you don't want to just stand by and watch, but, his grievances with the Xie family is something he requested Shadow Moon Hall not to intervene in. Right now, it's not just the Xie family attacking Dragon Cave Mountain, Elder, Demon Blood Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain, Flowing Cloud Valley, and Sea Heart Sect, Yen. This old master knows all of this, which is why this old master wants to see what means he has to resolve this disaster. If he can really turn danger into safety, that little brat will be amazing. And if he can't?" Wei Guchang didn't seem to have much confidence. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Dragon Cave Mountain was at a disadvantage. "Enough. Do you really think that old ghost Qian will just stand by and watch?" Fei Ji too, who had been silent all this time, glared at Wei Guchang. Originally, he didn't want to interrupt, but this little brat's nagging was really ruining his mood. Chapter 1394. Wei Guchang was taken aback as he stared at Fei Ji too in amazement, not understanding what he meant. Fei Ji too sneered, "Do you think those people from Heaven's Gathering Hall are really out on a mission? Our hall is now facing external threats and is being watched by countless great forces in fear that the Emperor Garden will suddenly open. My Shadow Moon Hall is so close to it, so why would they go out on a mission at such a sensitive time? Aren't they afraid of being caught rashly?" Wei Guchang heard this and his eyes lit up. City Lord Master means. He had also heard that many masters from Heaven's Gathering Hall had been mobilized, so when he heard Fei Ji too say this, he immediately thought of something. "Use your brain when you do things, you still have a long way to go, young man." Fei Ji too snorted before downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. Wei Guchang scratched his head for a while as he looked at Qian Tong with an embarrassed expression. Suddenly, his expression became solemn as he bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Elder, this disciple misunderstood you." "Ha ha ha." Qian Tong laughed, daring to stand up for a friend, even disobeying this old master's wishes, not pretentious or hypocritical. "Good, good, you really did not disappoint this old master. Come, fill old Ghost Fei's cup. This old master will sit back and watch the show today." "Yes." Wei Jiu Chang hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the wine pot, and filled a cup for each of the two elders. Then, he retreated to the side and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He exchanged a glance with Dong Xian. Unlike the anxiety and worry from before, both of them were calm at this moment. Heaven's Gathering Hall was a special existence in Shadow Moon Hall. There weren't many of them, only about 50 to 60, but each of them was an elite, with the weakest being a First-Order Saint King. The strongest among them was the First-Order Origin Returning Realm, but because of the special secret arts and martial skills they cultivated, each of these people could fight enemies above their own realm and were best at teaming up to kill enemies. The more people they worked with, the stronger their strength would be. If the entire Heaven Gathering Hall cultivator were to join forces, even a Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Master would not be a problem. Therefore, when Wei Jiu Chang heard that the people from Heaven Gathering Hall had been dispatched, he naturally no longer had any worries. Without even mentioning the exquisiteness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Wei Jiu Chang naturally stopped worrying. Just these people from Tianluo Hall were enough to make those despicable people suffer. It was just that, the elder was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once someone noticed that something was amiss, it was very likely that the Shadow Moon Hall would once again become the center of attention. The appearance of the Emperor Garden put Shadow Moon Hall in a very bad situation. On the other side, on a desolate hill a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, one of them was glowing. The white-haired old man crossed his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, his expression as calm as an ancient well. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad, but the powerful vitality fluctuations radiating from his body were awe-inspiring. Beside him was an old woman with a hunched back. She held a dragon-head walking stick and looked very weak. She coughed from time to time as if she could die at any moment. Beside the old woman was a beautiful girl who was taking care of her. The wind blew and the girl's hair fluttered. The image of the old woman and the girl formed a stark contrast in this place. The old man was Demon Blood Temple's Elder She, while the old woman was Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng. Two top Origin Returning Realm Masters were gathered in one place at this moment. It was not difficult to understand why they would be here. After all, both of them were coveting the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands, so naturally, they were paying close attention to the situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. Once Dragon Cave Mountain was breached and Yang Kai was killed, the two of them would immediately take action to snatch the profound gold. As for now, it was not convenient for them to bully the weak. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so if they really took action, it was difficult to guarantee that Shadow Moon Hall would not take advantage of this situation. "Senior Sister Feng, are you interested in reconsidering this Jin's proposal? As long as you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this Jin will accomplish 3 things for you in his lifetime," Jin Shi suddenly said. Old woman Feng slammed her walking stick on the ground and sneered, "Old Ghost Jin, you don't need to call me that so intimately. My Myriad Beast Mountain has never had anything to do with your Demon Blood Temple, so there is no such thing as senior sister or junior brother. However, if you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this old woman will also accomplish 3 things for you in her lifetime." She had actually returned the original condition to him. After all, everyone knew that this kind of verbal promise was not binding in the slightest. Obtaining this piece of profound gold was the greatest benefit. Jin Shi's eyes narrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, but after thinking about it for a moment, he chuckled, "Senior Sister Feng, there is no need to keep me at arm's length. As far as this Jin knows, Senior Sister Feng is not young anymore. How many more years do you have left to live? What can you possibly accomplish for me? So what? In any case, this old woman can live longer than you. Ahem, it's meaningless for the two of us to argue about this. Jin Shi suddenly felt that bickering with old woman Feng here was like a child quarreling with a child. There was no point in dwelling on the issue of lifespan, so after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? The two of us might as well compare notes. Whoever wins will obtain this piece of profound gold. What does senior sister Feng think? Do you think this old woman is afraid of you?" Old woman Feng's bent back suddenly straightened as an astonishing fighting intent flashed across her old face as she sneered, "This old woman would like to experience the power of your excellency's golden cicada extreme demon secret art." As she spoke, she released an astonishing pressure towards the other party, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Old woman Feng was just like her name. Although her face was old, she was extremely aggressive when she was young, and now that she was in her later years, her temper had not changed at all. In fact, it was even worse than when she was young. Jin Shi was an elder of Demon Blood Temple and cultivated the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Secret Art, so his vitality was extremely vigorous, but his temper was also not very good. On top of that, he was also a top origin returning realm master, so naturally, he would not show any weakness and immediately responded with his own momentum. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions and the disciples behind the two old women all showed looks of shock as they retreated. Only the young girl standing next to the old woman who was supporting her staggered for a moment before a light flashed from her body and she regained her footing, but her face was still slightly pale. It seemed that being caught up in the momentum vortex of these two masters was not a pleasant experience. "Old woman, Senior Jin, please don't act rashly." The young girl brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled helplessly. Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array has yet to be broken, yet the two of you are already fighting over the ownership of this profound gold. If others were to learn of this, wouldn't it only cause pain to those close to you and your enemies to be happy? What's more, both of you are top masters on Shadowed Star, so if you were to really fight, I'm afraid it would take some time to determine the victor, right? How could Jin Shi and old woman Feng not understand what the young girl was saying? It was just that neither of them had good tempers and neither of them was willing to show weakness, so they had decided to act rashly. Hearing what she said, Jin Shi took advantage of this situation and laughed. "What you said is right, little girl. What is your name?" Saying so, he restrained his momentum. The young girl's complexion improved greatly and she gracefully bowed. "Disciple's name is Feng Yang." "Feng Yang?" Jin Shi frowned and glanced over at old woman Feng suspiciously, but the latter coldly snorted, This old woman's granddaughter, don't even think about her, otherwise, this old woman will fight you to the death." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Jin Shi's face as he lightly coughed and said, "Since she is a junior, how could this old master have any ideas about her? No wonder this little girl's cultivation is so high despite her young age. It turns out she has senior sister Feng's guidance." Little girl, let me ask you, if I don't compete with senior sister Feng, how should I decide who owns this profound gold? Since you've already interjected, you must have a good idea, so why don't you quickly explain it? Feng Yang smiled faintly. In front of senior Jin, how could this junior dare show off? "Speak, if you make a mistake, this old master won't blame you, so there's no need to be afraid," Jin Shi said with a pleasant expression. Feng Yang glanced over at old woman Feng before saying, "If that's the case, then Junior will boldly speak frankly. Both senior sister and senior Jin are powerful masters, so it would be unwise for Junior to act against each other. If either of you were to suffer an accident, wouldn't that push our two sects to the opposite side? Now that the Emperor Garden has appeared and no one knows when it will open, it is naturally better to have more friends than enemies." Hearing this, Jin Shi nodded lightly, obviously feeling that what Feng Yang said was reasonable. Even old woman Feng's expression eased greatly as her anger subsided. "It would be inappropriate for the two of you to act against each other, but both my Myriad Beast Mountain and Senior Jin's Demon Blood Temple have sent disciples to participate in this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain, so we might as well use their methods to decide who owns this profound gold. If Demon Blood Temple's disciples manage to snatch this profound gold, my Myriad Beast Mountain is willing to withdraw and congratulate Senior Jin in advance." "Oh!" Jin Shi's lips curled into a smile as he stared at Feng Yang. "Do you have so much confidence in your Myriad Beast Mountain's disciples?" Feng Yang pursed her lips and smiled. Does Senior Jin have no confidence in his disciples' methods? Jin She's eyes narrowed for a moment before bursting into laughter. Little girl, you don't need to provoke this old master. This old master naturally has full confidence in his disciples' methods. Good, this old master will only ask one thing. Do your words represent Senior Sister Feng? What Yang says is what this old master thinks. Old woman Feng tapped her dragon-headed walking stick lightly and declared. It's a deal. Jin She coldly snorted as he stretched out his palm towards old woman Feng. The latter glanced over at him before casually raising her hand and clapping it together. After making a vow, the two of them no longer paid any attention to each other and instead stared off into the distance with strange smiles on their faces. Obviously, both of them had full confidence in their disciples. Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged wasn't just limited to Qian Tong, Fei Ji too, Jin She, and old woman Feng watching from a distance. At this moment, in all directions of Dragon Cave Mountain, at high points several dozen kilometers away, there were a number of people scattered about, all of them staring towards Dragon Cave Mountain and pointing towards it from time to time. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had only ended a short time ago, so the masters who had come to participate had not yet left. They wanted to take this opportunity to observe the Emperor Garden's movements, but there had been no movement from the Emperor Garden so far. Waiting here for the Emperor Garden to open was quite boring, so now that such a good show had happened, no matter who it was, they were all willing to watch it for entertainment. Chapter 1395. In particular, the sturdiness and strangeness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain-defending array was of particular concern to these masters. Needless to say, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Fire Temple, Floating Mist Palace, Clear Sky Sect, Flame Shield Union, and other great forces on Shadowed Star all coveted Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain-defending array. How could a mere mountain have such a strong defensive array? Who was the person who set up this array? No one cared whether Dragon Cave Mountain would survive or not, but everyone cared about who had arranged this spirit array. If they could rescue this person at a critical moment, they might be able to win him over to their side. Everyone had their own unspoken plans in their hearts, but all of them tacitly chose to sit back and watch, allowing the Xie family to take the lead and lead several great forces to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi and Qian Yu retreated to the back of the mountain-defending array, their faces slightly pale. Just now, when the two of them went out side by side to negotiate, although they were calm and composed, and didn't show the slightest sign of weakness, anyone who saw so many experts gathered here would feel uncertain in their heart. When had the two women ever seen such a big lineup? Especially now, at this critical moment, neither Yang Kai nor Yang Yang was present. If not for Wu Yi's thorough understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, she would likely have already been discouraged. In terms of familiarity with the many spirit arrays covering Dragon Cave Mountain, besides Yang Yang who had arranged them, Wu Yi was second. Even Yang Kai was not as familiar with them as she was. After all, when Yang Yang was arranging the spirit array, Wu Yi had been there to assist him, so she knew just how dangerous the 100-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain was. As such, even though she was feeling uneasy, her mood remained stable as she retreated to the back of the spirit array and issued a series of orders. However, relying on the spirit array alone was definitely not enough. No matter how strong the spirit array was, if it could only take a beating and not fight back, it would eventually be broken. The only thing Wu Yi could do now was to contact Yang Kai and Yang Yang immediately. As long as either one of them was present, Dragon Cave Mountain could turn from defense to attack. However, Wu Yi had no idea where the two of them had gone or when they would return. Just as he was feeling anxious though, Qian Yu's expression suddenly changed and she quickly took out her communication artifact and released her divine sense. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on her face as she said, "Yang Kai and the others have returned." "Really?" Wu Yi was overjoyed and asked in a trembling voice, as if she had found a life-saving straw while drowning. "Yen, it was a message from Kai Yang." "Where are they?" Wu Yi looked around but was unable to find any trace of Yang Kai. "Hiding outside." Yang Kai said that there were too many people outside, so it would be difficult to sneak in without anyone noticing, so he didn't come in. But what? However, he told you to remove the mountain-protecting grand formation, and then let everyone hide in the Sha mansion. He ordered consecrated Chang and consecrated how to wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. He and Yang will also find an opportunity to make a move. So that's how it is. Wu Yi showed a contemplative expression while everyone else also wore indifferent expressions. Only Ning Xiongchen, who had only been here for 2 days, wore a dumbfounded expression. Has that young boy gone crazy? Why would he issue such an outrageous order? Although he had not been on Dragon Cave Mountain for long, Ning Xiongchen was well aware of the strength and number of cultivators here. There were only a few dozen of them, and their cultivations varied from Saint King Realm, Saint Realm, and even Transcendent Realm cultivators. The only ones he could rely on were Chang-Chi and Howen, the 2 first-order origin returning realm cultivators. On the other hand, the other side had more than 30 origin returning realm masters, many of whom were second-order origin realm masters, and more than 200 Saint Kings. In this situation, if they relied on the mountain-protecting Grand Array to defend, they might be able to buy some time, but once it was removed, wouldn't that be the same as striking a stone with an egg? Even if Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, he was only one person, so with Chang-Chi and Howen, what could they possibly accomplish? Ning Xiongchen couldn't figure it out and was about to ask when he suddenly saw Wu Yi smile and say calmly, "Since that's the case, let's do as he says. It's time to let these shameless bastards see the fangs of our Dragon Cave Mountain." She spoke resolutely, not putting the people outside in her eyes at all, as if Yang Kai's order alone had given her great confidence. Ning Xiongchen almost bit off his own tongue. Chen Yu nodded and immediately began to issue orders for everyone to hide inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. This cave mansion was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain and had the most spirit arrays. Unless one had a token to open it, it would be even more difficult to break through than the mountain-protecting Grand Array. As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Wu Yi knew what he wanted to do. Of course, she would not refute Yang Kai's decision and simply follow it. One by one, the cultivator hurriedly rushed over after receiving Chen Yu's order and hid inside the cave mansion. In the blink of an eye, only Chang-Chi, Howen, Chen Yu, Wu Yi, and Ning Xiongchen remained outside. At this moment, Wu Yi frowned slightly as she glanced over at Ning Xiongchen. Even with her intelligence, she didn't know what to do with Ning Xiongchen at this moment. Should she let him take refuge inside the cave mansion? That was impossible. The cave mansion was Yang Kai's retreat, so there were many unknown secrets hidden there. Although they were all hidden by spirit arrays, if Ning Xiongchen inadvertently discovered them, it would be troublesome. Asking him to leave was definitely impossible. Ning Xiongchen had taken the initiative to stay behind and help Dragon Cave Mountain, so Wu Yi was very grateful. Asking him to leave at this time would be too cruel. What's more, with so many enemies outside, Ning Xiongchen couldn't just leave. This gave her a headache. Fortunately, Ning Xiongchen was a wise old man and could see Wu Yi's concerns at this moment, so he took the initiative to say, "If there is anything this old master can do, please don't hesitate. Although this old master's strength isn't high, he can still contribute." In just a short time, Ning Xiongchen weighed the pros and cons in his heart and decided to take a gamble. Although he didn't know where Wu Yi and the others' confidence came from, their indifference undoubtedly made him feel at ease. Perhaps this Dragon Cave Mountain really was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. What's more, Ning Xiongchen had just shown his face in front of those people outside and even exchanged words with Xie Li. At this time, even if he wanted to go back on his word, he was powerless. Ning Xiongchen was not someone who had never encountered a desperate situation before. In fact, he had encountered situations far more dangerous than this one, so he was well aware that the greater the investment, the greater the return. This time, of course, was the best time for him to take a stand. Moreover, even if Dragon Cave Mountain was really unable to resist foreign enemies, he might still have a chance to escape. Based on all these considerations, Ning Xiongchen decided to take this risk. Good, since old Ning has said so, this young woman won't be polite. Old Ning, foreign elder Chang, and foreign elder Hao should all wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. This young woman will take her leave first. I wish the 3 seniors victory. After saying so, Wu Yi bowed, turned around, and walked back into the cave mansion. Her cultivation was only a second-order Saint King now, so she naturally knew that it was useless to stay outside, so she decisively entered the cave mansion. Only Ning Xiongchen was left standing there with his mouth wide open, his expression sluggish. He had thought that Wu Yi would give him some clear instructions and a proper plan, but he had not expected to receive such a vague answer. Wait for an opportunity to meet the enemy. That was too ridiculous. Did I fall into a trap? Ning Xiongchen's heart sank as he felt extremely uneasy. Chang Qi patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Brother Ning, you'll be very glad you made this decision. It's this sentence again. Ning Xiongchen had heard this sentence twice in just a stick of incense worth of time. What kind of trump card did this place have that the other party didn't explain clearly? How could he not be glad that he had made such a stupid decision to dig his own grave? Ning Xiongchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Right, old Hao, don't you still have 2 jars of drunken moon wine? Chang Qi suddenly remembered something and turned to Haoan. What do you want? Haoan looked vigilant. Chang Qi spat disdainfully. You and I are old brothers, don't you know what I want to do? Haoan suddenly became indignant. Last time, that little girl Wu Yi bought 10 jars back. You and I split 5 between us. Now that you've drunk all of them, why do you have ideas about this old master? Do you think this Hao is so easy to bully? Family doesn't need to be so polite. Now that brother Ning is also here, old Hao, you don't need to be stingy. Take them out and drink a few mouthfuls so we can kill our enemies. Chang Qi smacked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Haoan grit his teeth and stared at him with grief and indignation, only letting out a sigh after a while. Fine, fine, I knew you coveted this old master's 2 jars of good wine. Since you've involved brother Ning, this Hao won't be stingy, lest others say I'm stingy. Saying so, he wiped the space ring on his hand and took out a jar of wine. Chang Qi chuckled and quickly took out a few plates of fresh and tender spirit fruits from his space ring as well as a table and chairs. It seemed he had come prepared. Haoan opened the seal on the drunken moon wine jar and filled the cups for the 3 of them before sitting down. Chang Qi called out to Ning Xiongchen as he picked up his glass and drank it, his face filled with joy as he urged Haoan to fill it up again. Ning Xiongchen looked at this ridiculous scene with a strange expression on his face. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. With a strong enemy at their doorstep and a knife at their necks, how could these 2 brothers still have the mood to drink and have fun? Did these 2 really not know how to write the word death? After hesitating for a long time, Ning Xiongchen sighed and said, Brother Chang, Brother Hao, if it's convenient for you 2, can you tell this Ning how we are going to fight the enemy? With just the strength of the 3 of us, how can we fight so many enemies outside? Hearing this question, Chang Qi and Haoan looked at each other and both burst into laughter. Ning Xiongchen was secretly annoyed and hurriedly asked, Do the 2 of you think it's funny? Chang Qi waved his hand slightly and said with a solemn expression, Brother Ning, you've only been on Dragon Cave Mountain for a short time, so although this Chang thinks you have a good temper, it's not convenient for him to reveal anything. However, this Chang asks you to wait and see how this group of clowns will bring about their own destruction. Ian, I dare not say anything else, but this cup of wine is not a farewell wine, but a victory wine. Each jar costs 100,000 Saint crystals and is extremely difficult to buy. Brother Ning, why don't you try it? Chapter 1396. Ning Xiongchen's expression fluctuated as he was secretly shocked, not because of the price of this drunken moon wine. Drunken moon wine was quite famous, so Ning Xiongchen had naturally heard of its high price. What surprised him was Chang Qi's arrogance. He clearly didn't put the people outside in his eyes at all. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Xiongchen grit his teeth, steeled his heart, sat down, and snorted, Good, then this old master will take a look and see whether you're seeking your own death or inviting your master into a trap. If it's the former, don't blame this old master for running away when the time comes. Chang Qi and Haoan looked at each other and nodded with a smile, As you wish. Saying so, they filled Ning Xiongchen's cup with wine. The 3 of them each had their own thoughts as they tasted the wine and ate the spirit fruits, none of them showing any awareness of facing a powerful enemy. Inside the cave mansion, after Wu Yi made arrangements for the many disciples, she and Qian Yu went to a secret room, took out a golden and silver array plate from her space ring, and tossed it forward with a solemn expression. Elder sister Qian Yu, this is the array plate that controls all of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays. With my strength alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it, so I'll have to ask elder sister to lend me a hand. Good, Qian Yu nodded repeatedly. Wu Yi stretched out a few strands of her Saint Qi and poured them into the spirit array. In an instant, gold and silver colors began alternating at an incredible speed, filling the entire room with a brilliant light. Wu Yi's expression became solemn as she suddenly shouted, "Open!" A humming sound came from the array plate, and immediately after, the golden and silver colors that were originally intertwined seemed to have come to life and began retreating to the left and right. In the blink of an eye, the two colors split apart and became distinctly separated. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, more than 30 Origin returning realm masters led by Xie Li were frantically attacking it. After each of them used their trump cards, the seemingly sturdy spirit array began to tremble, its light curtain flickering wildly and becoming much dimmer than before. Everyone, put in more effort. This bullshit spirit array won't last much longer. Xie Li's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He shouted loudly. While shouting, Xie Li controlled his white rainbow dagger to shuttle back and forth through the spirit array's light curtain. There was no need for him to remind them, as the other Origin returning realm masters who were participating in the attack could also see it. I'm afraid it won't even take half a day. The formation that was blocking their path would be broken. For a moment, everyone was excited. Spurred on, Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into his artifact. Multicolored rays of light shone brightly, and rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. At this moment, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array suddenly faded at an extremely fast speed before disappearing. The attacks of more than 30 Origin returning realm masters hit nothing but empty air, creating a series of deep fissures in the ground. Broken. The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain atop the Jade Blood Toad raised his brow and revealed a look of surprise. Just now, he had clearly sensed that the other party's spirit array would be able to support itself for some time, but it had suddenly disappeared. This surprised him greatly, and he wondered if something had happened. I don't think so. They retreated on their own accord. The middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple, who was wrapped in a blood-red light, narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a look of vigilance appearing on his face. TMPH, it seems they also know that stubbornness won't end well, so they decided to withdraw their spirit array. Do they think they can escape this calamity by doing so? Someone shouted. Naturally, this statement was not accepted by everyone, but since the other party had withdrawn their spirit array, they must have made some kind of backup plan. Now that the fog inside Dragon Cave Mountain was tumbling, one's divine sense was greatly restricted and it was impossible to see the situation inside with the naked eye, so no one dared to act rashly. For a time, everyone stood in place, exchanging glances with one another. A bunch of cowards. Xie Li ground his teeth secretly and was about to encourage others to enter and investigate when he suddenly saw the fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain begin to tumble and distort. A moment later, the rolling fog dissipated to the sides, revealing the scenery inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with magnificent pavilions, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was quite good and the world energy aura inside was extremely rich. It was no longer the barren mountain it once was. However, what shocked everyone was that not many people had come to meet the enemy. The surrounding area was quiet, with only 3 old men at the Origin returning realm sitting around a table, drinking and enjoying themselves. This rampant scene was imprinted on everyone's eyes, causing everyone's expression to become gloomy. These old men clearly did not put them in their eyes at all, otherwise, how could they have the leisure to drink here? Even at death's door, you're still trying to act mysterious. Xie Li coldly snorted as he continued to use his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there was nothing wrong with this place, he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear, as if as soon as he stepped into this small mountain, he would step into the gates of hell. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, and when he turned his head to look at the others, he found that everyone was feeling the same way, their expressions dignified. However, in this situation, it could be said that an arrow had been narked on the string and had no choice but to release it. Although Xie Li did not inquire carefully, he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him right now. If he and the others retreated like this, they would no longer have the face to see anyone in the future. Thinking so, Xie Li's expression became firm as he loudly declared, "Everyone, the spirit array has been broken. If we don't act now, when will we?" Saying so, he waved his hand and immediately sent out more than 20 Saint Kings from the Xie family, using their movement skills to rush towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Although these 20 or so Saint Kings were not necessarily opponents of the 3 Origin returning realm masters, using them to test the depths of Dragon Cave Mountain was the best option. Xie Li had such a plan in mind, so when these 20 people flew out, he stared at them intently. Since the Xie family had taken the lead, the people from Demon Blood Temple and Myriad Beast Mountain were naturally not to be outdone. Lu Yi, who was hiding in the crowd, also quietly issued an order. In an instant, more than 60 Saint Kings split up and approached Chang Chi's group of 3. Perceiving the number of enemies approaching, Ning Xiongchen's hand trembled and he almost spilled the wine in his cup to the ground. Although he was an Origin returning realm master, he was not confident he could face the siege of so many Saint Kings. Chang Chi observed Ning Xiongchen's expression and chuckled, "Brother Ning, don't be impatient, it's not time for us to act yet." "Yen, Brother Ning can rest assured," Howen echoed from the side, not even bothering to look at the Saint Kings. Ning Xiongchen, on the other hand, did not have such good mental fortitude. Seeing these enemies approaching, he secretly pushed his Saint Chi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. But in the next moment, these menacing Saint Kings all cried out in alarm, their faces filled with shock and confusion as their bodies swayed and fell from the sky one by one. For a time, the scene became extremely lively. A flight-restricting array? Ning Xiongchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never expected that this tiny Dragon Cave Mountain would actually have a flight-restricting array. This kind of spirit array was extremely profound and could only be arranged in some large cities and sect headquarters. Once covered by this spirit array, a cultivator would not be able to fly. Of course, the power of this spirit array varied depending on the methods of the person who arranged it. Ning Xiongchen tried to circulate his Saint Chi a little and tried to fly up, but to his horror, he only managed to fly a few meters before he felt a huge pressure press down on him, making it impossible for him to move. The flight-restricting array here was capable of restraining at least a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Even a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator would not be able to fly too high. Who was the one who arranged this spirit array? How could it be so powerful? Just as Ning Xiongchen was lost in thought, the several dozen Saint Kings fell like raindrops and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, they hadn't flown too high to begin with, and the physiques of Saint King realm cultivators were extraordinary, so even though they had fallen, none of them had suffered any life-threatening injuries. Instead, all of them crawled up from the ground with bitter expressions, their faces filled with resentment. This time, they had lost so much face that they naturally hated Dragon Cave Mountain to the bone. But before they could recover, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, strange energy fluctuations appeared all around them. These energy fluctuations were extremely well hidden and seemed inconspicuous at first, but in the blink of an eye, a tornado suddenly formed. When it first appeared, it was not very strong, but in the blink of an eye, this tornado became extremely thick and numerous wind blades flew out from it, directly sweeping up a nearby Saint King realm cultivator. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Everyone heard the sound of meat being sliced, which made their hair stand on end. The tornado was dyed red in an instant, and they could vaguely see broken limbs and pieces of flesh floating in the wind. In another place, several ice cones as thick as thighs strangely appeared in mid-air. With a slight tremble, they shot forward like arrows leaving the bowstring, piercing right through the chests of 2 absent-minded martial artists, causing a cloud of blood to spray out. In another place, a wash-basin-sized fireball flew about randomly, but once a Saint King realm cultivator was hit by this fireball, they would immediately be incinerated to death. A few unlucky fellows were unable to dodge in time and ended up being caught in the crossfire. There were even more cultivators who inexplicably disappeared from everyone's sight, as if they had never appeared in the first place, but from where they disappeared, heart-wrenching screams rang out. The smell of blood filled the air as the first group of 80 Saint Kings, who had rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain, failed to even enter. Just as they stepped into the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, they suffered heavy losses. After what seemed like an eternity, of the more than 80 Saint Kings, less than half of them were still alive, and even this small number were like headless flies as they wandered around Dragon Cave Mountain, unable to find a way back. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of the cultivators outside, causing their blood to run cold. Although it looked ridiculous, everyone knew that these people must have fallen into an illusion array. What they saw was completely different from what they saw, so even if it was only a few steps, it was still a chasm between life and death. Chapter 1397. Walking around carelessly would only trigger more spirit arrays and lead them to their graves even faster. Sure enough, Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with spirit arrays and spirit arrays. More than 80 Saint Kings entered Dragon Cave Mountain in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. None of them survived. Ning Xiongchen could hardly believe his eyes. This was more than 80 Saint King realm cultivator. Even if Ning Xiongchen encountered such a force, he would have no choice but to temporarily avoid them. But now, Dragon Cave Mountain hadn't even expended a single soldier and they had all been buried here. So what if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? This small mountain was even more terrifying than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, Ning Xiongchen also saw that it was impossible to kill 80 Saint Kings so easily by relying on the power of these spirit arrays. Instead, it was the work of those who arranged these spirit arrays that was simply shocking. The spirit arrays were actually powerful artifact. Combined with the power of these spirit arrays, the power of these artifacts would be greatly enhanced, which was why these Saint Kings were unable to resist at all. Just how many artifacts were required to arrange so many spirit arrays? Ning Xiongchen couldn't imagine. On the other side, inside Heavenly Fate City, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were also dumbfounded, exchanging a glance with each other as shock filled their faces. Although they knew that Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with spirit arrays and spirit arrays, they never expected them to be so powerful. 80 Saint Kings had been thrown in, yet they hadn't even been able to probe Dragon Cave Mountain's depths. This time, the Xie family, Myriad Beast Mountain, and Demon Blood Temple had suffered a great loss. It looks like Heaven Gathering Hall's people won't even need to be mobilized. Wei Guchang also gloated. Not necessarily. Fei Ji too slowly shook his head. The other side only lost Saint Kings. The origin returning realm cultivators haven't even made a move yet. Let's just keep watching. Wei Guchang pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, the strength an origin returning realm cultivator could display was completely different from that of a Saint King realm cultivator. The Xie family and the other allied forces seemed to have suffered heavy losses, but in fact, they hadn't suffered any significant losses. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, Xie Li, the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain and the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple both wore gloomy expressions. None of them had expected Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses to be so tyrannical. The three old fogies hadn't even taken action, yet they had still managed to kill several dozen Saint Kings. If all the barriers in Dragon Cave Mountain were so powerful, Saint Kings couldn't play much of a role here and could only serve as cannon fodder. After pondering for a moment, Xie Li suddenly said, "Everyone, why don't we attack separately?" "Attack separately?" The old man from the Myriad Beast Mountain frowned. "That's right. It looks like there are a lot of restrictions in the front mountain. It won't be easy to break through them. Since that's the case, why don't we try other places? I don't believe that the entire mountain is in the same situation. There must be a weak spot somewhere," Xie Li said slowly. Yes, Brother Xie's words make sense. The old man pondered for a moment and felt that Xie Li was right, so he immediately said, "Then this old master will go there." He pointed his hand forward. Then, waving to the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, he sat down on his blue eyes blood toad and flew off. The middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple naturally had no objections and immediately led his sect's disciples in the opposite direction. The remaining cultivators from Sea Heart Sect and Flowing Cloud Valley did not move and instead chose to stand on a united front with the Xie family, following Xie Li's lead. For a time, the several allied forces split up into 3 groups. They began probing Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses from 3 different directions. A fierce light flashed across Xie Li's eyes as his lips twitched and he issued a few orders before immediately waving his hand and rushing towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Under his leadership, the other Origin returning realm masters also spread out, each of them bringing a few Saint King cultivators with them. Divided into several teams, each of them remained vigilant of their surroundings as they pushed forward. Divine senses swept every inch of Dragon Cave Mountain, not wanting to miss even the slightest detail or suspicious place. They were all worried that they would accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array that would lead to their demise. This kind of cautiousness was indeed very effective. They really did find several traces of spirit arrays and immediately avoided them vigilantly. Even if some of them accidentally triggered some kind of spirit array, they would at least be able to put up some resistance. After all, with the addition of Origin returning realm masters, even if they fell into some kind of spirit array, they would still be able to put up a fight. What made them even more overjoyed though was that the spirit arrays at the front of Dragon Cave Mountain, after playing a magical role just now, seemed to have run out of tricks and their power had been greatly reduced. Even if they were triggered, they would be easily blocked by the Origin returning realm cultivators. After advancing for an entire distance of 300 m, there was actually not a single casualty. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and all of them looked maliciously at Chang Chi's group of 3 who were still drinking and making merry nearby. They seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to grow wings and fly over to their side right now and chop off their heads to vent the hatred in their hearts. A moment later, under the leadership of Xie Li, the cultivators had arrived 100 meters away from Chang Chi's group. Xie Li raised his hand to signal everyone to stop as he swept his cold eyes over the trio and sneered, "The 3 of you, if you have any other means, don't hide them, why don't you show them to this Xie? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to use them again." Hearing this, Chang Chi raised his head and glanced at him, not showing the slightest trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled strangely, "Brother Xie, why do you think you were able to safely reach this place? Do you really think Dragon Cave Mountain is so easy to break through?" These 2 simple questions caused Xie Li's face to change dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good." As he spoke, Yang Kai threw out a long black whip. This long whip seemed to emit a faint sound of wind and thunder as it flashed with lightning. Clearly, it was a powerful artifact. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the long whip lashed out towards Chang Chi's chest. However, to Xie Li's surprise, Chang Chi did not show any intention of resisting and instead just sat in place, staring at him with a smile, not moving at all. Xie Li only wanted to capture Chang Chi so that Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators wouldn't act rashly, but how could he have known that his opponent would not resist at all? Courting death. Xie Li's eyes flashed fiercely. Not only did he not intend to take back his whip, he instead poured his Saint Chi into it even more fiercely as if he wanted to kill Chang Chi in one fell swoop. With a bang, the long whip wrapped in lightning struck Chang Chi's body. Arcs of lightning coiled around Chang Chi's body and slithered about, directly blasting Chang Chi's body into pieces. Not only that, even the table, chairs, and wine jars in front of him were all blasted into powder. Even Hao and Ning Xiongchen weren't spared. At the same time as Chang Chi's body was torn apart, the 2 of them also burst apart. There was not the slightest smell of blood, nor was there any blood spattering, nor did he feel like he had hit anything. Xie Li's eyes narrowed as he muttered in amazement, "An illusion array?" Looking around again, there were no tables or chairs in front of him, and the surrounding scenery had also distorted and disappeared, replaced by a grey world with no sun, moon, or stars. The earth was dry and barren, and there was not a single blade of grass growing within 100 kilometers. He had unknowingly stepped into an illusion array arranged by his enemy, causing Xie Li's heart to sink. What made him even more uneasy though was that the Origin returning realm cultivators who should have been gathered around him had disappeared, leaving only 4 Saint King Realm Cultivator. It seemed that the moment this illusion array played its role, everyone had been separated and forced into a situation where they were fighting alone. How is this possible? Xie Li's expression was ferocious. How could such a small mountain be able to set up such a profound array formation? Xie Li suddenly felt that provoking Dragon Cave Mountain was not a wise decision. While the many cultivator led by Xie Li were surrounded by this illusion array, Myriad Beast Mountain's side also fell into a bitter struggle. The Myriad Beast Mountain cultivator, under the leadership of the old man, took a detour from the side, preparing to find a place with weak defenses. To the old man's surprise, everything went smoothly. There didn't seem to be any powerful barriers or spirit arrays in the direction he chose, allowing him to advance smoothly and soon reach the center of Dragon Cave Mountain. He even noticed that many cultivator were hiding inside a cave. The old man was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to charge straight into the cave and find Yang Kai. But his good luck ended there. As soon as he gave the order, a number of fiery red monster beasts of various shapes and grades rushed out from all directions. The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing. These monster beasts didn't have physical bodies at all and were clearly formed from pure fire attribute world energy. On top of that, these monster beasts looked vaguely familiar. It wasn't until one of his disciples shouted that the old man suddenly realized what was going on. Weren't these the fire spirit beasts unique to Liu Yang Sandfield? How could they appear in this damned place? This place wasn't rich in fire attribute world energy, right? Unable to understand, the old man didn't feel the slightest fear and instead felt a little happy because fire spirit beasts could produce fire crystal stones. Fire crystal stones were precious treasures that could be used for both artifact refining and alchemy. Unfortunately, fire crystal stones could only be obtained by cultivators on Shadowed Star when Liu Yang Sandfield opened. With such a large group of fire spirit beasts in front of him, if he could kill them all, the harvest would definitely not be small. Feeling excited, the old man urged his Blue Eyes Blood Toad to engage in a fierce battle with these fire spirit beasts. Soon, the old man discovered that something was wrong. No matter how many fire spirit beasts he killed, he couldn't find a single fire crystal stone. These fire spirit beasts didn't have fire crystal stones in their bodies at all. Instead, there seemed to be an endless stream of them, especially the few leading fire spirit beasts whose strength was equivalent to a 9th order monster beast, which had already caused many casualties to his disciples. The old man flew into a rage and immediately used his secret technique to scatter the fire spirit beasts. But soon, these fire spirit beasts, whose strength was equivalent to a 9th order monster beast, appeared out of nowhere, as if they were immortal. This situation occurred several times in a row, causing the old man to become anxious while muttering to himself. Chapter 1398. In a completely opposite direction from the group from Myriad Beast Mountain, a group of people from Demon Blood Temple were walking cautiously through a jungle. The leader of this group, a man wrapped in a blood-red light, wore an extremely vigilant expression. Although he did not find anything strange here under the investigation of his divine sense, he still had a faint sense of foreboding, as if there was some great danger around him. This place should be considered the right side of Dragon Cave Mountain and was not too far from its center. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not very big, just a tiny piece of land. Suddenly, a few screams rang out in the distance along with the rumbling sounds of battle. Immediately after, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from the distance. The faces of the people from Demon Blood Temple who were following behind him changed slightly. One of the cultivators from the First Order Origin Returning Realm said with a gloomy face, "Brother Wu, the movement is coming from Myriad Beast Mountain. It seems that they have encountered something. This small mountain really can't be understood with common sense. Although there doesn't seem to be anything wrong here, everyone should be careful not to fall into the enemy's traps or spirit arrays." The cultivator surnamed Wu turned his head and ordered lightly, "Yes." What is this?" Suddenly, a disciple seemed to have discovered something strange and asked curiously, but before the cultivator surnamed Wu and the other Origin Returning Realm Masters could investigate, a scream of horror rang out. This scream came to an abrupt end and with a puff, the smell of blood filled the air. Asterisk catcher. Asterisk a creepy chewing sound rang out and the cultivator surnamed Wu and the others turned around in shock to see where the disciple had originally been standing. A strange blood-red, 10-meter-tall plant had appeared. At this moment, this plant had wrapped around a corpse and was constantly wriggling forward, as if it was a mouth that was tasting delicious food. The creepy chewing sound came from this plant. What was even more shocking though was that as this plant chewed, the corpse of the demon blood temple disciple who had died tragically began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all his flesh and blood essence had been sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, this disciple had become a dried corpse. After the strange plant absorbed the flesh and blood essence, it became even redder. Its entire body became even redder, and its sword-like leaves glowed with a blood-like red light, making people shudder in fear. Asterisk show. Asterisk its seemingly very hard leaves actually danced like long whips in an instant. Bouncing back several dozen meters. They directly wrapped around another demon blood temple disciple who was standing in place stupidly. The disciple's reaction was not slow. As Yang Kai screamed in panic, he hurriedly summoned a dark gold shield-like artifact and placed it in front of him. Although this artifact wasn't very high-grade, it was still quite powerful. Although this was not a high-level artifact, it was still a defensive artifact. With the shield in front of him, the demon blood temple cultivator couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to retreat, his eyes suddenly bulged as he stared at the shield in front of him in disbelief. Asterisk catcher. The seemingly incomparably sturdy shield simply couldn't resist all of the power of the long leaf and was directly split in half. As the light dimmed, the long leaf's momentum didn't diminish. Like a blade or a sword, it ruthlessly stabbed into the cultivator's lower abdomen, penetrating his body, wrapping him up and quickly dragging him back. "You dare!" the cultivator surnamed Wu roared. How could he just stand by and watch his disciple suffer such a cruel fate? The only reason he was unable to react just now was because the scene in front of him was too incredible. He had never seen such a ferocious and strange plant before. Saying so, he flicked his right hand and sent out a sword-light attack towards the retreating long leaf. As the two energies collided, sparks flew and the sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. The long leaf only trembled slightly and its speed was slightly reduced. It was not directly cut in half as expected. "It's actually so hard." The cultivator surnamed Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he had casually sent out that attack just now, he was still a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was unable to do anything to this long leaf. No one would believe him if he told them. A fierce light flashed across the cultivator surnamed Wu's eyes as he flicked his finger and shot out a jet-black thread. This black thread gave off a strange aura and a faint black chi swirled around it. Demon blood thread secret technique. Compared to the secret technique Yang Kai cultivated, this was the true demon blood thread secret technique, a technique that almost all the elders of Demon Blood Temple were proficient in. It had a myriad of transformations, making it impossible to guard against, and it also had the magical effect of breaking shur. The black thread flashed and the long leaf that was dragging the Demon Blood Temple disciple back could not resist the attack of this demon blood thread and with a light crack, it was cut in half. One section continued to retract while the other section that was wrapping the demon blood temple disciple fell to the ground. What caused everyone's scalp to tingle was that this long leaf began to bleed red blood. Even though it had been cut in half, it continued to squirm and struggle on the ground, as if it was alive. The demon blood temple disciple who was wrapped in this long leaf did not manage to escape this fate. Even though the cultivator surnamed Wu acted in time and saved him, by the time everyone tried to tear this long leaf apart, they found that all the blood in this disciple's body had been sucked dry. What the hell is this thing? The cultivator surnamed Wu's face went pale as he turned his head to stare at the strange plant, a look of dread filling his face. This was just one stalk. What if there were 10, 100? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If such a thing really happened, everyone here today would most likely die. Where did Dragon Cave Mountain find such a thing? Was it not worried about accidentally harming its own people by planting it here? Just as his brow furrowed and his expression turned ugly, another first-order origin returning realm cultivator suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Brother Wu, Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What? That damned thing keeps slapping the ground. Seems what? The cultivator surnamed Wu seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. Before he could finish speaking, a series of rustling sounds suddenly came from the ground around him, and then cracks appeared one after another. Then, one after another, things that looked like the strange plant in front of him sprouted out of the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These strange things varied in height. Some were 2 to 3 meters tall and looked extremely terrifying, while others were less than half a meter in height. They were obviously new, but no matter which one it was, they were all red in color, as if they had been drenched in blood. What made people's scalps go numb was that after these things appeared, the sword-like leaves swayed slightly, as if the nose of a hunting dog was sniffing the scent of its prey. The cultivator surnamed Wu instantly began sweating profusely. All the demon blood temple disciples were also stunned in place, none of them daring to move. Just now, everyone had witnessed the terrifying power of these strange plants with their own eyes. Their two brothers didn't even have a chance to fight back before dying tragically on the spot. Now, with so many of them suddenly appearing from the ground and surrounding them, who would dare act rashly and commit suicide? However, just because they didn't move didn't mean these strange plants were the same. After swaying slightly for a moment, the leaves of various lengths suddenly shot out in all directions like arrows, each of them accurately locking onto a demon blood temple disciple. Dodge! The man surnamed Wu shouted as he pushed his Saint Chi to the brim and slashed out with the demon blood thread in his hand, directly cutting a leaf in half. At the same time, his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, dodging to the side. However, not everyone had the same strength as him. The Saint King Realm cultivator was extremely unlucky. In just the first wave of attacks, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm cultivator died tragically on the spot, their blood spilling out onto the ground but disappearing after a short while, as if even the spilled blood was absorbed by these strange plants. After absorbing this blood, these strange plants became more and more violent, their leaves dancing wildly, directly turning the surrounding 1,000-meter area into a bloody killing field. Accompanied by a series of screams, one cultivator after another fell, dying on the spot. The cultivator surnamed Wu was both shocked and angry, but at the same time, he felt helpless. Although he wasn't afraid of these leaves, wanting to save so many people with his own strength was a bit of a fantasy. Above Dragon Cave Mountain, somewhere in the void, Yang Kai and Yang Yang stood quietly, overlooking the overall situation. The reason why the two of them were able to stand here safely without being discovered by anyone was thanks to Yang Yang's cloak-like artifact. This artifact had a miraculous effect when used to conceal one's body. Of course, it wasn't necessarily able to hide from the detection of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but in the vicinity of Dragon Cave Mountain, the closest third-order origin returning realm cultivator was 50 kilometers away, so no matter how powerful their divine senses were, they wouldn't be able to see through their disguises. The bloodsword grass has actually grown to such a scale. Yang Kai was surprised. The strange crimson plant that the Demon Blood Temple group encountered was clearly the bloodsword grass he had brought back from Liu Yang's desert. At that time, he had only obtained a single seed, and after planting it, he had even dripped a drop of golden blood on it. Since then, Yang Kai had not paid any attention to it, but now, this bloodsword grass had given him a pleasant surprise. This thing has a very strong growth potential. As long as there is enough blood and food, it can grow indefinitely. It has even caused a lot of trouble for Shadowed Star in the past. Yang explained faintly, but a trace of suspicion flashed across her beautiful eyes, but it shouldn't have grown so quickly. We haven't provided much blood and food to it these past few years, which is quite strange. Yang Kai sniffed and secretly guessed that this was related to the drop of golden blood he had dripped, but he didn't point it out and instead asked curiously, "But isn't there only one bloodsword grass? How come there are so many now?" Its vitality is tenacious. As long as there is a single mother plant, it can split into countless child plants. What's so strange about this? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly before glancing over at the myriad beast mountain group on the other side who were still engaged in a fierce battle with the fire spirit beast and grinned, "Regroup, it's time to beat the dog." Chapter 1399. Yang had been waiting for him to say this and immediately took out a spirit array from her space ring without hesitation. This spirit array was similar to the one Wu Yi was using, gold and silver in color, but slightly smaller in size. Although it was small, it had no problem controlling Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array. Pouring a few strands of Saint Chi into it, a humming sound immediately rang out from the spirit array, and immediately after, the gold and silver colors converged towards its center and soon merged into one. At the same time, Dragon Cave Mountain, which was originally clear at a glance, was once again obscured by clouds as the mountain defending array flickered once more and enveloped the entire mountain. "I'll go back first. Wu Yi isn't very proficient in controlling the spirit array," Yang said. Yang Kai gently nodded. Yang immediately rushed down. As soon as she left, Yang Kai's figure was instantly exposed, a scene that shocked all the masters who were staring at this place. Yang Kai swept his eyes around coldly. Although he could not see anyone, he knew that Dragon Cave Mountain had attracted the attention of too many masters at this moment. Most of these people were just here to watch the fun, while only a few had anything to do with Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged. Sneering meaningfully, Yang Kai's figure flickered and rushed into Dragon Cave Mountain. This little brat, he opened the mountain defending array again. Does he want to wipe out all those people in one fell swoop? Inside Heavenly Fate City, Fei Ji too looked confused. Qian Tong was also confused. His appetite isn't that big, is it? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to explain the scene in front of them. On the other side, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng also had doubts, but they had confidence in their subordinates, so there was nothing for them to worry about. On the other hand, Feng Yang, who had been supporting Old Woman Feng, had a strange look on her face as she stared towards Dragon Cave Mountain with great interest. She wanted to know what the final result of this battle would be. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Over on Colored Glass Sect side, a beautiful young woman in palace robes slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment flashing across her eyes. Originally, when she saw Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, she had a whole new level of respect for them, but after gaining a small advantage, Dragon Cave Mountain became so arrogant that they even opened their mountain defending array again in an attempt to wipe out all of them. It was truly disappointing. Opening the formation without an absolute advantage was not like catching a turtle in a jar, but cutting off one's own path of survival. Behind the young woman stood two women. One of them had a look of joy and schadenfreude on her face, while the other had a worried look on her face. Her pretty face was pale. These two women were about the same age and had similar figures, but their appearances were worlds apart. One was enchanting and charming while the other was extremely ugly. These two were Colored Glass Sect's Yin Su Dai and Dai Yuan. The young woman who had spoken earlier was the daughter of Colored Glass Sect's sect master, Gong Ao Fu, and Yin Su Dai's master. Honored master, what do you think of Dragon Cave Mountain's fate this time? Although Yin Su Dai was asking her honored master for advice, her beautiful eyes were actually looking towards Dai Yuan. She had once suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so naturally, she hated him to the bone. Now that she saw Dragon Cave Mountain's fate, she was naturally overjoyed, especially when she saw Dai Yuan worry about Dragon Cave Mountain. Why bother asking me about such an obvious thing? Gong Ao Fu coldly snorted. Honored master means that Dragon Cave Mountain won't be able to overcome this obstacle. Yin Su Dai giggled. From the very beginning, the decision of those involved in Dragon Cave Mountain was wrong. Gong Ao Fu slowly shook her head, not answering directly. With the strength of such a small mountain, trying to compete with behemoths like Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple is clearly the same as striking a stone with an egg. Even if this small mountain has many spirit arrays and they are lucky enough to win, so what? Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng are still here. Will they just stand by and watch Dragon Cave Mountain strut around? If they take action, won't they have no choice but to submit in the end? So that's how it is. Yin Su Dai showed a look of enlightenment as she glanced over at Dai Yuan proudly, but the latter simply bit her red lip and remained silent. With a chuckle, Yin Su Dai continued, Honored master means that if Dragon Cave Mountain knows what's good for them, they shouldn't provoke Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple. Gong Ao Fu neither admitted nor denied this, simply saying leisurely, "This is the way of the world, whoever's fist is bigger can speak." But honored master, if Senior Jin Shi and Senior Feng really take action, Shadow Moon Hall will not sit idly by, and Elder Qian Tong will definitely not stand idly by. Dai Yuan suddenly interjected with a serious expression. Shadow Moon Hall? Gong Ao Fu glanced over at Dai Yuan faintly and chuckled. Even so, what of it? With Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng's means, if they want to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, it would only take a few breaths of time. Even if Qian Tong takes action, who could possibly stop them? By the time they die, do you think Shadow Moon Hall will become enemies with Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple over a group of dead people? Dai Yuan heard this and her tender body trembled. Gong Ao Fu frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Yuan are you feeling unwell? Before Dai Yuan could answer though, Yin Su Dai chuckled and said, Honored master, senior sister is just worried about Dragon Cave Mountain. There is no reason for her to feel unwell. Why are you worried about Dragon Cave Mountain? Gong Ao Fu looked at Dai Yuan puzzledly and asked, Do you know the people there? Honored master, have you forgotten? Didn't 2 people come to the sect to visit senior sister a while ago? Naturally, I remember that. The ones who came were a man and a woman, right? Could it be that the man and woman are… Gong Ao Fu suddenly realized something, as if she had thought of something. The man is called Yang Kai and the woman is called Yang Inflammation. They are the people in charge of Dragon Cave Mountain and seem to have a very good relationship with senior sister, Yin Su Dai replied with a smile. Gong Ao Fu frowned as she turned to Dai Yuan and asked, Yuan is that true? Yes. Dai Yuan nodded heavily. Oh, no wonder you look so worried, but even if you are worried, you must remember not to draw fire to yourself. This time, if Dragon Cave Mountain were to lose, it would be fine, but if it were to win, it would not be so easy to resolve. When the time comes, it may involve several great forces, so my colored glass sect must not wade in these muddy waters. But honored master, junior brother Yang saved my life. Dai Yuan said anxiously. So what? Gong Ao Fu glared at her. Just look at his style of conduct and you can tell he is a brainless person who only knows how to brag. It is best not to make friends with such a person, otherwise, sooner or later you will suffer a loss. Su Dai. Yes, honored master. Yin Su Dai responded quickly. Your senior sister is in a bad mood, so accompany her properly and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. Yes. Yin Su Dai raised her eyes and looked at Dai Yuan with a smile on her face, looking harmless to humans and animals, but in her heart she was overjoyed. Honored master's meaning was very clear. She was to monitor her senior sister and not let her go to Dragon Cave Mountain to participate in this matter. Seeing Dai Yuan's anxious yet helpless expression, Yin Su Dai felt happier than if she had just picked up a few million saint crystals. Although her cultivation had now reached the First Order Origin Returning Realm, which was higher than Dai Yuan's, because of the secret art Dai Yuan cultivated, she was an indispensable talent in the sect, so Yin Su Dai still felt uncomfortable in her heart. She dreamed that one day she would be able to squeeze Dai Yuan out of colored glass sect and enjoy her honored master's favor alone. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, Ning Xiongchen stared blankly at the enemy in front of him who had the same cultivation as him, as if he was in a dream. The enemy in front of him had no vitality at this moment, and there were no additional wounds on his body, only a finger-sized hole in his chest from which bright red blood was leaking out. Needless to say, this enemy was killed by him. However, the ease with which he had accomplished this feat was simply unbelievable to Ning Xiongchen. If it weren't for his own cultivation, he would have thought he had already broken through to the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. When he encountered this enemy just now, Ning Xiongchen had only summoned his short sword artifact and fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time. Originally, he wanted to reveal a weakness so he could release the killing blow he had been preparing for a long time, but how could he have anticipated that his enemy would be unable to resist his short sword artifact and be directly pierced through and killed on the spot? Is this really an Origin Returning Realm master? Why did it feel like it was no different from pinching a Saint King to death? Moreover, this was already the second Origin Returning Realm master Ning Xiongchen had killed. In the past, when he encountered opponents of the same cultivation level, When did he not fight until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark? When did the battle last for less than 2 hours? Ning Xiongchen remembered that the longest they had ever fought was 14 or 15 hours. In the end, both of them were exhausted of their Saint Qi, so they agreed to fight again another day before stopping. But now, he had killed 2 opponents in the same realm in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. His enemies' eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something unbelievable before they died. Although Ning Xiongchen didn't quite understand what was wrong with his enemy and why they were acting so abnormally, he knew that there was definitely some kind of profound mystery hidden here that allowed him to kill them so easily. This hidden mystery should have something to do with the spirit array. After encountering 2 Origin Returning Realm Masters in a row, Ning Xiongchen was able to tell that these 2 Origin Realm Masters had their hands and feet tied while fighting him. The Saint Qi in their bodies was not flowing smoothly, as if it was being suppressed by some invisible force. What's more, these 2 Origin Realm Masters would often cry out inexplicably, as if they were witnessing something terrifying. Occasionally, these 2 Origin Realm Masters would launch attacks towards empty space. Ning Xiongchen had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a ridiculous scene, causing his evaluation of Dragon Cave Mountain to rise to another level. A spirit array that could cause an Origin Returning Realm Master to repeatedly make mistakes in battle and even suppress the enemy's cultivation without hindering his own was not something an ordinary array master could arrange. Recalling the unfathomable smiles on Chang Qi and Howen's faces, Ning Xiongchen suddenly understood why they were so calm in the face of such a powerful enemy. Perhaps, he had really made an extremely wise decision this time. Thinking so, Ning Xiongchen stretched out his hand and called back his short sword before continuing to walk forward, his expression indifferent, no longer showing any of his previous uneasiness or anxiety. He didn't need to figure out how mysterious this spirit array was, all he knew was that there would always be enemies who would just happen to appear in front of him, allowing him to slaughter them. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,